Hello everyone, welcome back to Doomlink's Live Hunts. I'm pleased to say, let me get the hair out of my mouth before I do my introduction. I'm pleased to say that we are back in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. This is a game that I haven't played recently on camera, happy to be playing it again of course, and I do have a team. We're going to be starting off, technically speaking, with a high rank quest. But it's not a standard high rank quest, it is a Cantor. I don't really like referring to a Cantor as a high-rank monster. He technically is, but he feels closer to G-rank than anything else. I do have the chat button visible on my screen, so I will deal with that now. I ask for your forbearance, dear viewer. Alright. We should be pretty much under control. I'm just going to double-check that everything's fine with the live stream. I didn't want to hold up the team, you see, so I didn't do my final checks before going live. Alright, we should be good. I'm keeping things simple at the moment, as you can see, using a longsword. You can describe it as keeping things simple, but to be honest, for the moment, longsword sounds really fun. Just the idea of using it, and indeed the experience of using it, as I am enjoying it now, is a whole lot more attractive than pretty much any other weapon type. The reason why is because I don't use longsword very often. It's a very basic, very simple weapon, high damage, low effort. And so, I try not to use it all the time. Well, I try not to use it extremely often. On top of that, it would stop being interesting to use or fun to use if I did use it too often. But, because I use it so infrequently, it is actually really fun to play when I equip it. So, there you have it. I'm going to bring up my chat. That would have been a dangerous maneuver. Except that the monster was flinched. I suppose that doesn't stop it being a dangerous maneuver. It just means that I didn't have to suffer any ramifications for having literally taken my attention away from the Acantor as he's turning to face me. That is literally about as ill-advised as it gets. Nope. Just getting away from his slamming attack there. Alright. Sorry I haven't been able to read the chat. Jeez, there's a lot of you talking actually, I'm pleased to see that. Some enthusiasm for Freedom Unite being recorded. Hello Nagakuka, hello Rome, and hello Cavenator. He knows your brother, Cavenator, because both of you used to watch the live stream, that's the point. You two were practically a meme at one point. And still are, in my opinion. That's going back a number of years now, though. Oh. And that really did hurt. Was hoping to clear that, of course, but didn't happen. Ended up being a case of the tail actually dropping on to my character, rather than the tail sweeping into my character. I will aim for the tail, seeing as though it's the closest thing to me. Yeah, hunting-wise it's probably been presented to you as a fairly distracted hunt. That's because I have a lot of things that I'm trying to juggle, like getting the live stream organized, getting my chat set up. I will be more focused on the hunt going forward, trust me. I promise you that. Now that's just unfair. That fucking geyser explosion so long after the roar had taken place. How am I expected to deal with that? It was also an unlucky camera angle. Just gonna get out of range of the damaging part of the roar. That still would have been in range of the sound wave, but I do have high-grade earplugs, so I might just get out of the way. Tempting as it was to continue that combo, I don't really want to get caught in his running animation. Which it is very easy to have happen, I might mention. There's a lot of conversation going on in the chat right now. Can't be expected to keep up with it. There's some mention of Zord, my son. Can't remember if that was in 3 Ultimate or Try, where I happened upon a person named Zord. But it was quite funny to have a room with Lord Zor and Zord, with a D on the end. I'm in this terrible habit of not doing both overhead swings with my longsword. I don't know where this habit came from, but it needs to stop. That's poor use of the longsword. I might be excused for bad habits because I don't use this weapon type. See, I just did it again. But yeah, I might be excused for bad habits with this weapon type. Seeing as though I don't use it very much, but... doesn't make it that much better. Just quickly getting 2 attacks out so I can make way. I did actually bring flash bombs just in case he ran at us at the start of the hunt. It's very annoying when he does that. Occasionally, depending on the situation, you can't actually avoid him. Even if you dive, you will get caught in his running attack. So it's better to just eliminate the running attack entirely using a flash bomb. I try not to use flash bombs very often in Monster Hunter games prior to 3rd gen, because they're very easy to, I suppose, abuse. But they're obviously worth using under certain circumstances, like say a monster flying constantly, or and a Cantor running at you. Perfectly acceptable use case scenarios for a flash bomb. Yes, that's right, Nagakuka. Barely got out of the way of that running attack there. It will be necessary for me to turn the chat on again a little bit later. Probably after the hunt. Because I need to make sure that the guys in this room understand what this room is for. The person who posted the Acantor quest actually wants to farm Acantor. I think Acantor and Gravios specifically. This is not a farming room, this is a room for doing random quests. Now, I don't mind doing 1 Acantor and 1 Gravios, but I'm not going to then start rotating back and forth. Well, maybe you wouldn't call that rotation, but, you know, just going back and forth between those 2 monsters, that's not what this room is for. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of that idea. It's just that I did actually make a Huntsdiverse quest for this room, which is entitled Random Quests, or Random Hunts. So, if they choose to do their own thing, or overrule me as a majority, I can just say, fuck democracy, and kick them all. Which is very comforting. It means that I don't have to worry, really. It would be annoying to have to start again and find another group of people to play with, but if they're going to be pig-headed about it, there are ways for me to forcibly remove them. No, I'm not getting Monster Hunter Wilds. Wouldn't dream of it. And I plan to look at no information regarding Wilds whatsoever. Which might sound counterintuitive to some people's ears. They might think, well, how do you know you're not going to like it? Or how are you going to make a decision on whether or not to buy it without even informing yourself of what the game has to offer? I don't really have a response to that question because there is no quick or pithy response that I can give to you when it comes to that question. It's like it would just turn into this disquisition that would never end, or at least not end in a timely manner. Well, no, I guess I can summarize it by saying that I have absolutely no confidence in Capcom's vision for the series, therefore I am personally confident that anything that they come out with, you know, within the next 5 years is just a complete and utter waste of, you know, a developer's time and my time if I were to play it. There you go, I did it in the end. I gave you a summary of why I'm not playing it. But that's the short answer. There is, of course, a long answer, but I have absolutely no interest in getting drawn into a discussion like that. So this is again the situation where I need to open the chat again, because they're not going to use the... He needs a brainstem. Does that mean high rank Gravios? I swear to God, if this guy wants to do high rank Gravios. But yeah, this person needs a brainstem. He's not really comprehending what I've said. He's saying change weapons, farm. I don't know. Oh, I understand. He's saying not that he's going to farm something. In terms of repeatedly hunting the same monster, he's literally going to the farm and changing weapons. That's fine. I am in the way of the chat, I do understand this. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to do Gravios. Like I said, I don't mind doing one, but we're not farming anything, thank you very much. I don't know what that is, Cavenator, but thank you for asking. I always encourage contributions in the live stream chat. Alright, well, presumably we are doing Gravios next, so I will organise myself for that hunt. No, I'm not going to go to the farm. Actually, I really should. I don't think I'm lacking in honey, but in case I am, I really should ensure that I'm not running low. Or at least ensure that my production or acquisition of honey is consistent and constant. Well, not necessarily. I might continue with bare-chested hunter. In fact, no, I won't. I don't know what I'll bring, actually. Maybe I'll use a gun lance. I don't use gun lance very often on camera. Well, that's true of all games, but particularly Freedom Unite. I feel like I haven't done that recently, because if you check my guild card, I have way too many uses of gun lance. So, what is it at? 226. Like, for a game where I use gun lance that infrequently, that's a lot of uses. If you're wondering how I got so many uses, it's because I used gun lance very frequently on this save file when I was playing the offline village. So, yeah. That is the explanation. I basically didn't use it at all in high rank and G rank. I did forge a decent number of gun lances though. Not many, not a huge number, but, you know, a substantial amount. Enough to cover most of the elements, I think. So if it's going... I think I have the Deviathan, don't I? Is that even what it's called? Probably not. It is Sea Abyss in this game. It's called Deviathan in the later games. Gunnery King, capacity up, sharpness +1. I'm pretty happy with those skills. I do have alternative skills for use with the popcorn, or perhaps more specifically, for use with, or for use against, Fatalis. Which is this here. As you can see, more guard focused and also there's guts. I'd like to think it's fairly obvious as to why that is. Definitely more Fatalis focused. But I can of course use popcorn with this set. In fact, I'd say it's desirable to use the popcorn gun lance with this set because it has sharpness +1 and capacity up, which the popcorn gun lance benefits immensely from. I'm quite sure that that is... Oh, I swear to God if it's high rank. It is high rank. Why the fuck are we doing high rank? I think I'm still in the middle of this... No, I'm not. Well, I'm going back into the middle. Goined. Am I going to get a third okay? I hate how it cuts off my please there to form a new line. That's so annoying. Any chat that functions in that way is just a terrible chat. It's not fit for purpose, in my opinion. Valerie says, I'll try to survive random hunt. I'll need to actually check to see what his equipment is. Like, what does he have on hand? He probably doesn't have many choices of weapon. But, anyway. This is one of those very rare occasions where I spawn with the Gravios. In this location, I almost never do. I will keep the chat on screen because they are using it very much. Or rather, it's going to be important for me to continue using it to communicate with them. I'm quite sure that I pressed triangle and circle, but anyway. We need to try and cut this tail, otherwise this is not going to be worthwhile. How many times do you intend to swing your tail, Gravios? He did eventually stop. Alright, looks like we're all here. I'm going to drop a shock trap. Don't know what you're pinging for, but yeah, it's time to cut this tail. Looks like I'm the only one who intends to take advantage of the fact that the shock trap puts the tail right down, even though these guys need brainstems. Well, I don't care. Maybe they just weren't prepared for the opportunity. What are you fucking signaling for? Oh, you've put one down miles away. Okay. Lovely. Yeah, I saw the eardrome. I'm just ignoring him at this point. Oh, he's fucking left. Well, excellent trap placement, Rain. In geographical terms, it wouldn't be unrealistic to say that you had put that as so far away from the monster that it may as well have been in another country. Like, seriously, it was just useless. Oh, I could see a paintball coming towards me. Just couldn't really relate that to where I was running in the game. I would describe that as an attempt at a flash bomb, but I wouldn't use any other words to describe it. We're going to go for attempt number 3. My advice would be to align it with his face. Looks like we're not going for attempt number 3. He has been roundly discouraged from throwing flash bombs, or he's run out. Probably the latter. I'm so sick of this fucking tail. Can't do anything with his goddamn gunlands. Just getting hit by constant tail attacks. I do not have guard boost, I don't think. No, I don't have any guard skills at all. Oh well. We already established that before I departed on the hunt, but obviously I forgot. Got a flinch, but I don't think this guy's going to get any brain stems. Oh, we got a paralysis. And the guy is having terrible, terrible luck with his flash bombs. I shouldn't even describe it as luck. Well, I'm literally the only one who can be credited with the cutting of the tail. I don't think anyone else made contact with it. But anyway, yeah, I shouldn't describe that guy's flash bombing as bad luck. No, I think there's something else at play here, and I think we all know what that is. All of us watching at home. Why? Why do you fly? What did you achieve in that moment? I just perfectly positioned myself to get poisoned by that eardrome. Oh. Yeah, okay. Am I still on the side? I think I returned myself to the side. I actually meant to say center. Am I still in the center? If that ever happens, do draw my attention to it. It's not meant to be that way. There would be no reason whatsoever for me to actually do a hunt with my webcam view in the center of the screen. It really adds nothing. If anything, it's just distracting. Oh, he got a successful flash. Wow. That's remarkable. Alright, this Gravier should be dead quite soon. He is a high rank one. While high rank Gravios does still have a decent amount of health. Okay. I'm glad that didn't come out. Yeah, while he still has a decent amount of health, I don't think he's going to last 10 minutes. Lovely. This is just a waste of time. Just have to actually wait for the hunter to wake up. I'd rather be hit, is the point that I'm trying to make. And there we go. Dead monster. I'm actually more than happy to carve instead of attack the Eodrome because I don't have much high rank materials from monsters. As you can imagine, I mostly spend my time hunting G rank monsters in any monster in a game that I play, so I'm usually accumulating G rank materials rather than high rank. So yeah, my enthusiasm for carving is twofold when I'm hunting a high rank monster. So yeah, this is where the guy is going to get his brainstem. I don't really understand it. It does, of course, have a drop chance from rewards. I don't know about quest rewards, but possibly a wound reward. Which one, I don't know. I think it's the face. But for some reason, it's easier to get brainstems from cutting and carving the tail. That has never made sense to me, but it is common knowledge. That's a very satisfying ending screen. Nice big portable second G blood spatter. Well, I didn't get a brainstem. I think it's marked with a red icon. Alright, a whole lot of chatting going on. Why no brainstem, sad face? Alright, so I'm going to do the random hunt command, just to make sure that we are on task with what I want to do. It is going to be pink Rathian. Sort of combined Rathian and Rathian. Those two pronunciations were essentially manifested in my mouth, which was ridiculous. Or combined, amalgamated. I am asserting to them that our next hunt is pink Rathian. Alright, that should be fine. I will top up my drinks. Just for good measure. And I will go to the farm. I said that I was going to go to the farm last time. Wait, did I end up going to the farm? I think I did now. I do actually have a memory of getting this honey last time. So I didn't just say that I was going to the farm last time. I did actually go there, which is good news. Don't know who's sending messages in my server. Alright. Cool. So, what is that? You know what? I do feel like using Lance against Rathian. That sounds like fun. Of course, my strategy of choice in this particular game for monster hunting with a Lance. Don't know why that level of specificity was necessary, but anyway, yeah, my strategy of choice for Lance is evading away from the monster with evade extender, but then also closing the distance very quickly. I find that your mobility with the Lance out using evade extender is amazing, both for keeping on target with the monster, but also for getting out of the way of the monster. It's absolutely perfect for this generation of Monster Hunter. And it is very specific to this generation, I should mention, because in first generation you have no evade skills whatsoever, and in third generation you just don't need to get out of the way of monsters by using an evade skill. I mean, if you're going to do that, you wouldn't use evade extender. It would make more sense to evade through the attack so that you can keep close to the monster. But yeah, of course, third gen and beyond, you've got a very effective counter functionality with the lance, so it really is only this generation where you would want to do that. In my opinion, anyway. I'm sure it would still be fun in later games. Valerie says, I try not to die. Seriously, what is he using? Valerie, by the way, is Rain. He is HR 8. He has a full high rank set. Yeah, he'll be alright. I'll just try not to post anything too crazy. HR 8 should get him into every single hunt except for, I think, Ukanlus, Yamatsukami. Well, actually, I think even Yamatsukami can be joined by an HR 8. So it's probably just the Fatalis monsters and Ukanlus that he can't join. I believe that's correct. The G rank Fatalis monsters, of course. Those do have an HR 9 requirement. Alright. I'm not the only one using lance, as you can see. It's a double lance, double longsword sort of team at this point. Thank you for that contribution, Nagakuka. Snake! Look at that snake. Yeah. Look at him go. This snake is pretty much the patron saint of Freedom Unite. He may exist in first gen, I've just not checked. I have to be honest with you. So maybe it's incorrect for me to describe him as the patron saint of Freedom Unite, but yeah, he's fucking cool. Gotta love that snake. Absolute legend. The myth, the legend. The jungle snake. Alright, let me get rid of the chat. Even though I'm mostly covering that icon, I just don't want it to be there at all. It's so fucking ugly. I hate the PPSSPP chat. And someone's going to say, oh wow, imagine complaining about additional functionality for your emulator. Well, guess what? I don't need it. I prefer when people use Hunsterverse to chat. I think that we would all benefit a whole lot more. Maybe not the phone users, but, you know, it's the phone users. I think everyone would benefit more, except the phone users, from using the goddamn Hunsterverse chat. Or maybe I'm talking out of my ass, because if I remember back to the days before the PPSSPP chat, the phone users would be more often minimizing their emulator and then causing disconnects. So, yeah, actually, I probably do not yearn for the days of no chat within the emulator to return. We did lose one of our hunters. Looks like he broke off. Yeah. I angled myself, or rather continued to angle myself in that direction so that I could deal with that Velociprey. Trying to get a head flinch here. You're not going to get the sort of intense headlocking that you'll get in Monster Hunter 1 and Monster Hunter G, but still much more likely to get a flinch when you're hitting the head. I wish I weren't still affected by wind press when standing pretty much at the chin position of the monster. You can see how good evade extender... Oh, thanks for that. Here I am trying to demonstrate the usefulness of evade extender for closing the distance between oneself and the monster, and then I get a fucking charge to the rear end. These guys are struggling. Look at them go. It's a fucking Rathian. I can't really speak for Guy with Rarity 7 gear, but Jesus, come on. Maybe he's quite new to the game. I was able to evade out of the wind pressure before it could even affect me, which is quite good. Player 4 disconnected. Not that you really needed me to tell you that. I'm sure you could have deduced that on your own. From the fact that he's no longer here. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he intentionally... I don't know if he abandoned or if he disconnected, I suppose is what I'd say. He definitely disconnected from the hunt, though. If I had the chat open, I'd probably... No, I still wouldn't be able to see, because you don't get a message for when a person leaves the session. You only get a message for when they join, so... There you go. But if he joined back, I suppose that would be an answer in and of itself. You always pray for just one round of tail swings. It's very displeasing when you get a second or third round. Just to specify the measurements here, one round of tail swings is 2 tail swings. So if she were to continue, that would be a second round of tail swings at that point. Trying to get towards the face there. Very good. Oh! Fucking follow-up tail flip. That is a pink Rathian special. The standard Rathian does not have that attack. Triple fireball into tailspin. Nasty. Obviously her tail flips are... I've got so many ways to refer to this. Her tail flips in 3rd gen and beyond are miserable, but... You can see here in this generation of Monster Hunter there is still a tail flip theme to the pink Rathian. We're getting some enthusiastic signaling from the teammates, or my teammates, to say that the monster is here. I hate fighting anything in this area. You can barely see anything from the trees. This is where Alpha Team just decided that it's perfectly reasonable to have foliage covering most of the hunt. Just can't fucking see anything. It's particularly bad further in now. We're standing on the edge of it here. Still affected by that shit. Can't do any sort of shield advance. Just have to slowly walk forward. Or spin around and do a back hop. Wasn't really necessary there, though. I can't see shit. I knew I got hit by something, but I actually didn't know that it was a Bullfango until I saw the Bullfango there. Oh. I was really hoping for a thrust into the face there. I don't mind hitting this guy. I really don't care. I didn't really hit him for any good reason, because I wasn't able to make contact with the monster, but anyway. I actually don't know where we need to go. I really should have paintballed the monster. I don't think she's going to land here, is she? She is. Well, colour me shocked. I'm going to paintball her just in case. We should be able to kill her here, though. No, looks like we can't. She's going to land here and then immediately fly away. What an excellent decision I made to flash bomb her, though. Looks like S has a pretty good idea of where she goes anyway. I have to admit, I just don't remember where monsters go in this game anymore. I don't play it frequently enough, and I play far too many other games to be able to keep that sort of data stored away in my head. But I think this is her nest. S has broken off as well, fucking hell. These guys need to get their internet sorted out. But yeah, this is her nest. It's just up there, on that little ledge, so it makes sense that this is where she goes to. Well, I got a fire wyvern brainstem, just not a Gravios one. I actually have a piece of Rarity 7 armor as well. It was necessary for the mixed set, of course. Oh, feeling a little bit cold. I was actually meaning to wear my jacket for this live stream, but I'm not terribly cold. Just sort of feeling mild discomfort, is what I'd say. Got a big wyvern stone. That was a lovely image of me thrusting my lance into her anus. I wish I would have stayed on that for a little longer. And allowed you to enjoy and in fact savour that a little more intensely. Put away these flash bombs. Sort them. Pressing triangle to try and sort the box. I don't know what these guys are doing. They have disconnected and haven't even returned, so... Well, no, I think Rain disconnected, didn't he? He was one... Well, let's double check that. I'll bring the chat up to see. So... Yeah, Valerie is one of the people. No? No. I think he... I just don't know. It was the other Lance guy. I don't remember who disconnected initially. Officially, I don't know. But... Oh. I don't know what this guy's doing. Valerie is telling me to do Lavaziov. I don't know why. That's a rather high damage monster to be fighting while you're concerned about your low defense. So, I mean, I don't mind, to be honest, but I might actually advertise some space for this room. Looks like we're going to get someone named Gendromeda, which is obviously a mixture of Gendrome and Andromeda, which is real interesting. I'll get some more honey and change into something appropriate for Lavaziov. Why are you asking if you can do that, Nagakuka? Just bloody do it. If there's space for you to join, by the time you've set up, yes, you can join. Just do the thing. You'll be able to see what room it is when you... Ugh. It's room 21. Yeah, I tend to go for this lance over the Black Fatalis one. I don't know why. I think I prefer the Black Fatalis Sword and Shield, so I don't really know where my logic comes from there. But having said that though, in Freedom 1 I do use the Crimson Fatalis Sword and Shield because I had more Crimson Fatalis materials in that game. So I made the Crimson one, and there really isn't much in it, to be honest. There's give and take for the element and the raw damage and the sharpness in both cases that effectively make them the same. In terms of the damage that they deal, I think. But anyway. What am I doing? Something for Lavaziov. I'd like to keep away from the monster, so I'm going to use Eraser. Fear not. I have to attach some decorations. This is not what the set is supposed to look like. There we are. Well, gaming, you can always try and play with random people. Not everyone enjoys it. But that's almost what I've always done. Occasionally, along the way, as part of your journey, you will find people that are really enjoyable to play with, and then you'll team up with them until they eventually stop playing, or until, you know, the friendship, what's the word, wanes. And then you're sort of back to hunting with random people again, but, yeah, I did that a few times in the 3 Ultimate days, and obviously in Try as well. But largely speaking, I've not played with a consistent group of people. So, I can tell you it's just as fun. Maybe not just as fun, but still plenty fun. Plenty of fun. Where's the fucking Lavazioth? I'm blind. I'm seeing a multi-quest that includes him, but I'm not seeing a single quest, or a double quest. Both of which I know, for a fact, exist. So, what is going on? There we go. I was not expecting it to be in G2 for some reason. Let's do 2. May as well make an event of it. A cushion is indeed Nagakuka, for everyone's information. I will actually keep the game chat up, because otherwise it's going to get really annoying having to bring it up constantly. I'm going to use it to make sure that everyone's aware of what we're doing. Now, technically that guy with the Acantor loadout has been sniped in this situation. That's what you say when someone's had their spot in the room taken by someone else. At this stage, I'm sorry, I'm not going to try and get his space back for him. I think he'd be better off grinding things. It's just that he joined my room with the intent to farm things for his armor set. But my room is just not appropriate for him. He'll need to try and organize something else. I did not bring any coatings. Fairly standard for me, using a bow. Someone's going to ask why I keep doing that. The answer is because every time you see me do that, I'm conducting a commentary. And when I'm conducting a commentary, I do often get distracted to the extent where I do actually forget to bring coatings. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen often. I'll paintball him and then engage the one down here. Now the best case scenario is that you kill the one in the southern area before the one in the northern area ends up here. That's what you pray for. Make a Twitch command to remind me to bring coatings. I don't even know how to create Twitch commands, but maybe I can look into doing that. Very good. We've got... I don't even know how to refer to you. Let's just... for the purposes of this live stream, I will refer to you as Cushion. He is boosting our damage with the hunting horn, which is what I like to see. There's no need to poke me. I might encourage you to actually contribute to the hunt, rather than poke me. Technically speaking, he's already contributing passively by having played the song, but that doesn't fly with me. Not when he's poking me, instead of hunting. Oh! He's doing the big flopping maneuver. We could simplify it by saying the big flop. He's doing the big flop. But I feel like you could refer to his attack where he launches himself vertically into the air and then slams down. You could refer to that as the big flop. So maybe it's not clear enough. Like, that is the big flop, see? Okay, how about we call that the big flop, and then what he did before, the long flop. Now the long flop is where he's swimming around for a while. See, now that's the short flop. He does the long flop and the big flop. And that's how I'm going to refer to these attacks. And quite frankly, Lavazioth doesn't deserve more intimidating sounding attack names. He's a flopping fish monster. That's the beginning and the end of it. Jesus, the fucking tracking on that attack. I've commented on it many times before, but it's terrible. So in this case, the one that is not paintballed is the one that we want to be aiming for. For some reason, the guy with the bowgun is just immediately, not after some time, after having grown confused as to which one we should be aiming for, immediately started aiming for the one that was paintballed. We don't want that. We want the opposite. These guys have actually changed targets. How confused are they? Jesus. I mean, you would have noticed that the other one was paintballed, right? The one that wasn't originally here? Strange people. Anyway. Didn't really harm us in the end, but would have been nice if they remained focused on the one we had started fighting. Stop poking me. That's particularly unhelpful when I'm getting annihilated by a Lavazioth tracking attack. Tracking meteor vomit. Maybe not the best attack name that I've come up with today. My personal favourite would be Long Flop. Fortunately, we're dealing some pretty good damage as a team, so it's not really necessary for me to bring coatings. It's just ideal. Not required, not necessary, just ideal. Ow. Look at that long flop. Did you see that? Do we have a trap down or what? Apparently we do. Or do we not? What were they both signaling for? Maybe they're communicating to each other with signals. You do occasionally run into people in Freedom Unite who do that. They unironically communicate to one another with signals, which is extremely confusing. Because if you widen the use of signaling to communicating practically anything, you end up becoming too alert. You're like, what? Is there something going on? Is there a trap down? Do they need to be healed? You know, the things that are actually quite important, which you signal for, are actually not taking place, and instead they're, you know, I don't know, communicating with some sort of Morse code that's done through signaling in Freedom Unite. It's ridiculous. I know that sounds far-fetched, but people actually do it. They communicate like that. Oh, there's another one to carve, of course. Oh. So, apparently he's signaling to go to the cheese spot. I don't even... Oh, anyway. But yeah, I don't know where the cheese spot is. Isn't there like a ledge that he can get on? He wasn't on the ledge, was he? I don't believe he was. That's an interesting final screenshot there. You can call it a kill cam if you want. I'm not sure if I'm happy with that terminology, but I think it's appropriate enough. Oh, it's apparently an area where Lavazioth can't reach. I didn't even know about it, to be honest with you. Do you know why that keeps happening? It's because I'm so used to pressing triangle to sort the pouch that... anyway. So normally what you'd do is you'd press the button to sort, and then you'd press A to confirm it. But instead I'm like opening the pouch in the box and then putting away the combo book with A. Or in this case with circle. It's extremely annoying. Anyway. I think I've done it so many times in this recording that you can all appreciate that it's something I'm struggling with immensely. Alright. Random hunt. Let's see what we're doing next. It is Daimyo Hermitor and Plum Daimyo Hermitor. It is a quest called Wag the Dog. No, we don't want Lao Shan Lung. This is a random hunt room. Alright. No, I don't want to do bloody Lao Shan Lung. What a joke. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've done too much Lao Shan Lung on camera in this game. Way too much. Possibly more than any other monster, or at least it would be probably in the top 5 most hunted monsters on camera in Freedom Unite for me. I don't know how that's possible, but it just feels that way. Anyway. I'll bring something raw. I'll just bring Shengard and Greatsword, how about that? Need to do my decorations again. What joy. Someone's going to ask me why I changed from a better raw greatsword to an inferior raw greatsword. The answer is that I'm sick of looking at the King Atalart sword in this game. It takes a special kind of guy to take off the decorations and then put the same ones back on. Alright. But yeah, this weapon doesn't just look better. It looks like one of those ancient Chinese coins. That also looks like a blade. I've never really understood that. But it also visually changes while you charge it. It gets progressively redder as you go up the charge levels. It's very cool. I like this weapon a lot. Of course, the texture looks like, I don't know, sludge. But still, it's the PSP, that's what you get. Probably in G2, right? Well, in fact, no, it would be in G1. That's not it. And that's not it. That's it. Wag the dog. With an exclamation mark. Wow. Alright. Now, before we depart on this hunt, I'm going to get 2 things organized. I'm going to get a jacket. And some cider. So, I will actually tell these guys, BRB 2 minutes, because the nature of this quest is such that if I were to take 2 minutes to go and get ready after having departed on the quest, I'd be coming back to basically a completed quest, so I'll be back momentarily. I've returned. I could have actually left the chat up so that you could read it. What the Why do you feel the need to update them with what I'm actually doing when they're just playing Freedom Unite with me, randomly? Bringing a jacket, for goodness sake. I got out my little beer stein that I use very occasionally. I actually haven't used it on camera before, I just realized. But, yeah, it's not like one of those full-sized beer steins. But it is one of the original ones. It's not one of those stupid, you know, replicas that have been made in recent years. This one's probably about, well, I think it's about 1889. It's got 89 written on it, but it's not 1989, it's 1889. Ugh. Got mercury cider today. Blackcurrant flavour. I do actually prefer the standard mercury cider. Well, the standard hard cider. I shouldn't suggest that I prefer the draft cider, which is probably also good, but I enjoy the mercury hard cider, but not necessarily the flavoured one. Here's the thing. The good thing about the flavoured ones is that they make it much higher in alcohol. So that's why I tend to drink those more often. Alright, let's go and... Do I have a friend here with me? I do. Gendro. He's actually gathering stuff. Alright. Cheers, everyone. That trap is in danger of being destroyed, I think. Gendrome has readied a super pound. And he has very little interest in actually aligning himself with the trap. Ironically, he got thrown onto it, practically. Going to aim my attack onto the claws. If you watch the sword, you can see it getting increasingly red as I charge it, which is why, or one of the reasons why, I use it instead of the King Atalan sword. I should mention you're not really losing much damage. It's still very strong. And he's dead. Not much of a hunt, is it? Especially not with us beating on it. Probably is a good idea to use a Farcaster. But I'll see where it's ended up. No, it's here. Bad luck, my friend. Actually didn't help at all to use a Farcaster. That's why I double checked with a Psycho Serum. YX is aggressively signaling. I think he gets the point. I think the memo has been delivered. Jesus, look at them go. Signal happy hunters. And at this point, Cushion's obviously doing it for fun. Which doesn't help the situation. What I want to know is why this guy feels that it's necessary to even use traps. The frequency with which we flinch these monsters makes it very clear that a trap is totally unnecessary. I don't know why I had to go to all that effort to reposition onto the same part of the monster, but anyway, that's alright. I've lost my purple sharpness, but life goes on. The monster has indeed passed on. It has been sent to the Shadow Realm, says I. What a ridiculous hunt. It's ridiculously fast, and made increasingly more ridiculous by the fact that this guy wants to put down traps to fight these monsters. Why? Save your traps. I don't care if you have a shitload of them, and you're never going to run out of them. Don't use your traps on this quest, it's not necessary. It's absurd to me. I'll use my... I'll use what looks like my right hand to you, but is actually my left hand to drink. Terribly uncomfortable, actually. But yeah. I find that this is a really good thing to... It's a good drinking receptacle for when I want to savour the beverage, because I can't so immediately see how much I've consumed, and it's also rather small. I think it's probably about... I'd say 220 mils. So... I enjoy it for drinking things like cider and mead. I do enjoy drinking mead out of it. Feels awfully authentic. Gendrome says, I never see a crab in real life. And Cushion says, go to a restaurant. And Gendrome says, okay, with a smiley face. What a great conversation, honestly. Let's see what our next quest is. More Hermitor. This one is Operation Tropical Storm with Plum, Daimyo, Hermitor, Rathian, and Gypsaros. What joy. I will inform them in the chat of what we are doing. I will apprise them of our next objective. Hold on. Shut up. Look at this. Anyway, it is... I've been so distracted by this intervention in the chat that I almost can't even remember what it is. It's, Plum, Rathian, Gypsaros. Don't use drugs and drink water. No, apparently the advice today is to go to a restaurant to see a crab, if you haven't seen one already in your life. As for what I should use in the hunt, well, that's a different matter entirely, isn't it? I'll work it out, I'm sure. I feel so much more comfortable in this jacket now. Do you know that sensation when you're not quite cold? Like you're not sitting there shivering, but you've just got that mild discomfort. It's really frustrating, so I don't have that mild discomfort anymore. It's great. I feel nice and warm and cozy. I've got some felt-lined leather pants that I wear with this jacket when I go out. I've got some black leather boots as well. I'll tell you what, I could be in fucking Scandinavian winter conditions and I'd still be warm in those pants. They're so fucking warm, it's insane. I can't wear them unless it's the heart of winter in Australia, which is not very cold, I must mention. But yeah, Can't wear them otherwise. Anyway. Do you know what? A hammer sounds like fun. I saw hammers in my list of weapons that I could choose from. And I've decided that that's a whole lot of fun. As an idea, as a prospect. I will use magnitude, that's a good idea. It's an ugly fucking hammer. I'm happy to admit that well, there are two raw hammers, I think, that are used other than this. You've got, the Ian Garuga one, and I think there's one more, isn't there? Well, that's the only one I can think of. Anyway, the Nagakuga one, sorry, not... Oh yeah, the Nagakuga one. Although, no, that's not a good choice. There's another one, surely. At any rate, magnitude is the ugliest. I will give you that. Operation Tropical Storm. There it is. Back to Shirtless Man. Much to the delectation of Cushion, or Nagakuka, in the chat. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned that there are 3 of us using a hammer. I think that Cushion's used it as a joke, just to thwart me, or to make my life hell. But, fine. Fuck, pressing the wrong buttons to depart. 3 of us using a hammer, this is stupid. I don't mind hitting away the Nagakuga hammer guy. That's fine, he's just collateral damage at this point. But, yeah, we're going to have to be careful. Don't ping him back. To start with, I don't want to listen to it, and second of all, like... Actually, do you know what? I think the game's been a little bit too low during this live stream. I could be wrong, but I think I actually lowered the game volume for... Yeah, I think the game has been a bit too low. I will monitor it. That was one thing that I did actually forget to check. But we'll see. So once I'm in combat, that's when the game gets loudest, so I will check that. Oh, apparently you had it equipped before I brought my hammer, which is fine. But still. It seemed a little bit too specific to what I had already mentioned for it to be a coincidence. But anyway, yeah, I'm happy with that game volume. That's good. For some reason, the last live stream that I did was so compressed. I don't know what was going on. Like, the actual game volume was ducking under my vocal volume. I mean, it sounds okay. To some people's ears, it would sound almost expertly edited. To my ears, it just sounded so fucking loud. Too loud, you know? Like, the game volume was ducking under my vocals every time I talked, and it sounded as if it was being reduced in volume intentionally. I hated the sound. So I'm hoping that my vocal audio isn't as loud this time around. Oh, let me try and it's fucking dead. Wow. I'm not going to carve it because I don't have the time. I've just suddenly decided that I do not have the time or the desire to carve that monster. Apparently the bare-chested hunter is back at it with smooth egg. Smooth egg hammer? Yeah. That's the thing, I don't think it's actually an egg, it just looks like an egg sitting in a nest, but I think it's... Maybe that is exactly what it is. Maybe I've been sitting here trying to imagine it to be something different, but maybe that's precisely what it is, it's just an egg in a nest. The reason why I don't think it's an egg in a nest is because it's the weapon of a fucking primate, right? There's no way that a Blangonga lays eggs. If it does, then consider me thoroughly disgusted. Okay, we've got another theory. Apparently it's poop. A blue fucking piece of excrement. Presumably very well hardened excrement, because otherwise it's not going to last very well. Oh, apparently... What's going on? Why is Rathian down there? This is... Oh, it's Gypsaros and then Rathian. Okay, well that's my mistake. I don't know why I had flipped those over in my head. Or flipped them around in my head. I think I had probably misled Cushion as well. By suggesting that Gypsaros was last. He trusted me. Oh, for fuck's sake. I feel like I haven't really been able to do anything in this hunt. Haven't really had the chance to yet. Anyway. About to get hit by that. I prepared for it by sheathing, which was unnecessary because... I don't think I've been so effectively... Shut the fuck up! I'll tell you one thing that I will not brook, under any circumstances whatsoever, and that is having a person signal for me to get behind a trap when I am being completely obliterated by a fucking monster and rolling around on the floor. In this case, it was all of that, plus I was poisoned and almost dead, and the guy is pinging me to get behind the trap. You stupid, puerile fucking moron. I don't have time for that. Just stop with your signaling. It's ridiculous. Alright, is he dead? No, he's not. I'll get a super bound ready. And I don't care if I hit Cushion with it. Now he's dead. And I'm not carving, because I don't know, apparently I need to be in a mood to carve monsters. Today, or at least, I shouldn't say today, this particular quest is not one where I'm in the mood to carve. Anyway. I'm sure that guy just placed his trap and then, as a matter of process, he will ping to say that it's there, but fucking hell. There's nothing more frustrating than getting beaten down by a monster and then having someone say, "Hey, come over here." It's one of my pet peeves, I'm sorry. Well, no, I shouldn't even apologize for becoming so activated by that. I think I've effectively communicated why that's so annoying. Oh, go away. Gendrome making an attempt to upswing me, and he's probably going to try again. No, he's given up on me. He's going to go for Cushion. Ugh. Well, actually, you can't even see the second trap then. It just looks like a really, really effective single trap now. Anyway. Oh my god, stop putting your trap 1,000 miles away from the goddamn monster. There is a balance to be struck when it comes to that. Yes, sometimes it's less than ideal. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, sometimes it's less than ideal to try and put your trap down immediately where the monster is, because perhaps the monster is doing something like turning around, which will cause you to have your trap interrupted, or the trap placement animation to be interrupted. But don't put it so fucking far away from the monster that we have to travel an incredible distance to get behind the trap. Even if there is a circumstance where the monster very, very quickly gets into the trap despite the fact that the trap is so far away, there's every likelihood that the hunters won't be able to get to the trap fast enough to make use of it. So, you know, just don't do it. Strike a balance. Don't be a goober. That's also some general wisdom that, quite frankly, applies across the board. There we go. He's placed his trap well this time. Not immediately where the legs are, not within range of wind pressure, but again, not so fucking... Now you're signaling... That's a form of begging, what you're doing there. A Cushion. Signaling for a life powder. Oh, come on. Can the monster die now, please? But yeah, terrible idea for us to use hammers. Like 3 of us to use hammers. Or perhaps it's my fault for equipping one. So to start with, Gendrome had one from the beginning. And then Cushion decided to equip one. And then I also decided to equip one. So we were both in error, really. Neither of us should have equipped one, because having 2 hammers is bad enough already. But to have 3 it turns into a fucking pantomime at that point. Yeah, right. Are you sure you were the first one to equip a hammer? I don't think so. I seem to remember Gendrome having it before. For God's sake. Kushal is trying to say that we had arrangements in place to capture the monster with the 2 traps that we had placed in that ridiculous corner. I just don't have the energy for his trolling at this point, I must admit. So yeah, this is the guy of many names. In the chat, he's Nagakuka. On Hunsterverse, he's Kushala. In-game, he's Cushion. And in my heart and mind, he is... well, no. I wouldn't use such an unkind word. But yes, it's very annoying to keep track of all of these names. Particularly difficult when trying to communicate to an audience of any kind, live or otherwise. Trying to communicate who this person actually is. I would not expect for them to keep track of a person with 3 fucking names. Okay, so next hunt is going to be... Why? Why has it worked every single time up until this point, but now it suddenly doesn't work? Oh, I think the... one of the bots is down, I think. Yeah, one of the bots is down. That's a shame. Oh, that's a failed window capture. Oh, I think I would have been capturing something else. Oh no, we want Discord capture. There we go, that's what we want. So yeah, you can see everyone doing a command is having problems, so that means we're going to have to come up with our own random hunts. Oh no. Terrible. So I don't know if that means that this bot is down or... Well, it doesn't look down, it does still look... Well, something's broken, we'll put it that way. But I think Zach's asleep, so it's not going to get fixed anytime soon. We've got people screaming in the chat asking what's next. I'm just going to come up with something random. I'm going to look through the quests and decide for myself. Let's actually do Shengarin. Not Shengarin, sorry. Yamatsukami. We need Yamatsukami every now and again, don't we? Just for some fun. Lao is not a reality. I'm not doing that in this recording. That is not happening. Now, if you're wondering why I'm gripping the Stein in this way, it has to do with using my non-dominant hand. I feel like I've got more control if I use all of my fingers. I look like some sort of horror movie creature. Some sort of clawed hand gripping the thing. Part of it also is... well, no, that's not really... No. I was going to make a point, but actually it wasn't relevant, so... It relates to an injury on one of my fingers that is semi-permanent. But it's actually, yeah. Maybe it's out of fear of... Yeah, no, actually that's fine. No, I had, well, I suddenly got very medical in my head there. This is not how it was communicated to me, but I had an arterial laceration. It was never referred to in that way, but that is what it was. It was an arterial laceration on that middle finger, but in a very interesting spot. Basically, right on the joint, so as like you wouldn't be able to see it. The scar for it almost perfectly aligns with that joint. But yeah, it just means that if I put weight on that specific spot, it kind of hurts. But it's such a specific spot that it very rarely affects my day-to-day life. On top of that, it's on my non-dominant hand, so... yeah. Okay, so Yamatsukami. I tend not to go Blade Master. For various reasons. But will today be the exception to that rule? I do wonder. It won't be. I'll use a bow. Or no, I'll use a bow gun, probably. Let's go with heavy pierce. Let's just do it. I'm in a piercing mood today. For Yamatsukami, that is to say. If I were in a piercing mood, I probably would have used a pierce heavy bow gun prior to this point. You don't have any bullets. Don't worry. I'm not going to depart without them. Even though I have departed on quests without coatings while using a bow, it's probably only happened, I think, twice ever, that I've departed on a quest without any ammunition while using a bowgun. Departing without the ammunition that I need, however, has happened more frequently, but still not as frequently as not having coatings, so... I think there's some sort of subconscious urgency. There is a lack of urgency when it comes to bow, but there is almost no choice but to bring the ammo that you need for a bowgun, so it sort of activates something in my brain. I become stirred by it. So, it rouses some sort of alarm in my mind. Okay, so, pierce ammunition. I'm not going to bring combination materials for it. It shouldn't be necessary. We do have a full team. There's so much to fucking catch up on in this chat every time. Well, actually, it's because of all the join messages. There's someone in this room named Aye. Well, actually, no. That person is attempting to join but can't. Do I not have your guild card? I can file 29 more guild cards. Oh, that's right. It's because I lost, like... a lot of online play. I lost like 2 or 3 years of online play on this character, so I still have a lot of guild cards left. Or guild card slots remaining. Okay. I'll just send to all. Well, actually, you really are a special kind of guy. Imagine asking for my guild card and then readying up. Jesus. No comment. I did obviously forget that you can't accept a guild card when readied up in Freedom Unite, but I can't imagine you forgot. I have a reason to forget. You, on the other hand, are just a grade A Fruit Loop. Bro, man. No, it's fine, I'll give it to you next time. Next time it shall happen. It shall happen. I really don't need inshallah. That's quite unnecessary. You've never struck me as a Muslim, but anything's possible in this world, isn't it? I'm sure the rest of the people in this chat, and by this chat I mean this in-game session, are completely confused by your all caps raging, your incoherent ramblings. But what can I say? If they're confused now, it's probably not the first time they've been confused since they joined. Yeah, sorry, I don't use enough bowgun these days, do I? Every now and again I am alerted to that fact that I just don't use bowgun much anymore. Believe it or not, you know, going back 6 to 10 years ago, I used a lot of bowgun. I think I just used it so much that I lost interest. It feels less fun. It feels less hands-on. I like getting up close and personal to the monsters now, rather than standing back and shooting from a distance. And I also seem to be able to scratch that itch a little more effectively nowadays with bow than with bowgun. But anyway. So, oh, don't need to worry about whether or not I'm quick enough to evade that. This should be fairly quick as a hunt, which is fine. I'm going to guess about 6 minutes, maybe a little less. To be completely honest, you don't need to see Yamatsukami for longer than that. He's not that exciting to hunt. Well, perhaps what I should say is he's exciting to watch, because he is a unique monster in the series. But when you're actually sitting there hunting him, it's not that fun. I remember being very excited to hunt him many years ago. But, yeah, it didn't really live up to expectations, we'll put it that way. Or at least the excitement of hunting him was not as palpable as I was expecting it to be. Back into standard mode. Obviously, rage and non-enraged is depicted, or rather indicated, with the eyes. Oh, flinched him there. Oh, actually knocked him down. Unless someone... Oh, someone probably threw tranks, didn't they? Yeah, they threw tranks. Whatever. Doesn't affect me. Absolutely miserable if you're a Blade Master and this happens. But... yeah. The reason why is because you will be forced, for a good 2 minutes, to attack the very tips of his tentacles, which is just... it's annoying. It's like performing surgery. It's so fucking specific, and, you know, you're here to have fun and hunt, not perform surgery. Don't know where all these... what this medical focused conversation is coming from, but anyway, yeah, it sucks. But like I say, it doesn't affect me as a bowgunner here, and thank God for that. I suppose what I would say is that unless you're using ranged combat, there is no benefit to using tranks in that moment. I guess you could say that if there is a danger of several hunters being sucked in, and you can get the tranks out fast enough, that works, but my contention is that the moment in time where he does that attack, the assessment of whether or not it's necessary to save the hunters. Like, the duration of time it would take to make that assessment is not going to align with you throwing Tranks fast enough. If you're able to throw Tranks fast enough to get him to fall, in my opinion, you have to be ready to do it immediately, without having made that kind of assessment. He's dropping, isn't he? I don't know where his tentacles are. Oh well. Life goes on. But yeah, it's possible that I'm wrong. Maybe you can... Oh, back it off. Why don't you hit the goddamn monster? Are you even making contact with him? Looked like you shot those over him. How am I already up to Pierce level 1? That's crazy. He's doing it again. If I could drop a small barrel bomb on you right now, Cushion, I would absolutely do it. But I don't have one in my inventory. I would make a beeline for your position if I had one, I can assure you that. Now he's shooting me. Oh, that's not even... Is that where his face is? Gone. I can't tell his ass from his face right now. Honestly, I feel for these Blade Masters. The choice to throw Tranks has actually caused this hunt to take an extra maybe 5 minutes. Because... oh my god, they can barely contribute. You see, like, if you can only hit those, like, the tips of those tentacles, what a miserable experience. Obviously someone, you know, got real excited and thought it was a real cute idea to throw some Tranks, and hopefully now they're never going to do it again. Because, to be honest, it's very situational as to whether or not you do it, and in most circumstances it causes the hunt to be slower, and it actually detracts from the experience. So... you know, real cute, but maybe don't. Maybe don't. I couldn't have gotten further away from the monster if I tried. These guys actually think that by standing up there it's going to fucking have this guy come up faster. It's not true. He goes up when he's ready to go up. That's how it works. He's going up now. I like how he's a bit like a balloon, isn't he? Well, he's more than a bit like a balloon. Do I eat rice? Not that much. I will if I have an Asian dish, but I don't make rice for myself. My partner does. But, yeah. We recently got a rice cooker, in fact, but I don't really eat rice. I should, though. It's better than bread. Well, kind of. Depends what you... Did you do it again? Or did he... Okay, he flinched this time, thank fuck for that. I would have absolutely lost my mind. If someone threw Tranks again. Genuinely, I didn't think that I needed more than the Pierce shots that I had purchased, but I'm just about out. Okay, thank fucking god for that. Ugh. In the end, we didn't hit 10 minutes, so it's fine. I don't need to complain about the quest being too slow. But seriously. I hope whoever threw those Tranks regrets them, and will learn from what they did. You know, if you've got 2 Blade Masters on the team, don't do it. Just please. If you've got any Blade Masters on the team. I would actually... I mean, this might come across as a rather pungent opinion, but it's better if you die. It's better if people on the team die than you throw those Tranks and then some Blade Masters have to fucking flail their weapons around in the general vicinity of the tip of the fucking tentacles of the monster. That's my opinion. Dead octopus thing. Goodbye. Of course, can you actually imagine fighting this thing in the town? Well, that's Monster Hunter DOS for you. Bring ranged weaponry under those circumstances, that's my advice to you. And I will be. I haven't gotten to that point in DOS yet, but when I do, I'll be using a bow. I don't know. I eat a lot of different things. I'm not really going to get into a culinary discussion, but if I make my own food, it's usually things like stir-fry and sometimes I'll make my own dumplings, sometimes I'll yeah, there's lots of different things that I make, but if I eat out, so once again, lots of different things that I order. I don't have much to speak to when it comes to that. Yeah, right. McDonald's. Yeah, McDonald's. No. Oh yes, I need to get the next hunt organised. Oh, that's right, I don't have a command that I can use anymore. Well, that's miserable. Oh, what are all those people who need friendship points in the game? What are they going to do? Oh, no, friendship points. The whole reason to play Monster Hunter, and they can't even do it. Friendship points. Fuck. You request 20 seconds of mod. This had better be serious. What's it for? Seriously. And whatever it is, it's probably not going to take 20 seconds of my time. Anytime that you actually do something as a moderator, you need a good 5 to 10 minutes to monitor the aftermath to make sure that it's all taken care of. The message above. Oh, right, okay. Thought you meant in Hunsterverse. Fine. Well, if you're offended by the phrase D's nuts, might be good to vacate the internet. Alright. So, once again, I'm just going to look through these. Do you know what? Let's do mini Kutku. Let's just fucking do it, I don't care. I just need to make sure I bring something appropriate for the quest. I think lance is best. A really long lance. What's the longest one I have? There are some that are really long. There's one in particular, I think it's called Dragon Breaker. I think I've got it. I might not. Is it called Dragon Breaker? It's called something. It's quite ridiculous looking. I don't think I have it anymore. I had it at one time, but I'll just bring Dragoon's Gay Bulge. Yes, I do realise that's not the pronunciation. It's intended to be a tongue-in-cheek pronunciation. Ugh. Valhalla G. Isn't that even that long? Isn't Valhalla that, that thing that looks like an actual lance that you would use in medieval times? I don't think it's that long. I remember it from first gen. I don't know if that's the longest. Anyway, I'm using this. This is a very underused and underappreciated lance, but this is indeed your highest raw damage lance, apart from the Black Diablo's lance. And in my opinion, this one's better because you're not dealing with negative affinity or anything like that. So, my inflated lance raw is 724 with 20% affinity, courtesy of Reckless Abandon +1, which must mean that it actually has 10% affinity on its own, which is pretty cool. So yeah. It also looks cool, as Rome mentions. It is underutilized. It's also got a cheese grater on it. You see that cheese grater? It has utilitarian benefits as well as offensive ones. I'm going to use my dominant hand for once. Much more refined looking. Alright, the gang's all here, let's go. Cushion's using that. It's a fucking cluster loadout. What are we hunting again? It is... No. No, I'm sorry, you're changing your loadout. I'm not doing it. I don't give a fuck. You change your loadout right now, or you will be removed from the room. I don't care. I'm sure you think that's real funny, but it's not. He was about to shoot cluster shot on a tiny monster and completely annihilate us all. It's not funny. There's trolling, and then there's griefing. I'd say that's reaching the point where it's basically griefing. So. Alright. Well, that's not better. You've got one more chance to equip something that's not ridiculous. And if you don't take that opportunity, you're not coming back in the room. You've got one more chance. Because at this stage, you're just wasting our time. Again, for context, we are hunting a tiny Yankutku. There's going to be a lot of flinching of teammates already. So, we don't need cluster shot or, you know, exploding gun lance shells. We don't require it. Well, obviously, the urge to continue playing with me is greater than your urge to equip Pellet. The choice is always yours, quite frankly. It's a shame I don't have any cheese to grate. I don't really know where the fastest route is. I think this is going to be faster. Have I got the right one? Yeah, I've got the right quest. Great, everyone's pinging now. Why are they in combat over there? That's not where he starts, is it? Maybe it is. Oh well. Maybe he starts in the usual area. Actually, yeah, he does. Well, I took the most circuitous route possible to get to the monster, but life goes on. We've got Gendrome with his hammer. He is spinning out. I had an antidote stolen. Oh, Jesus. The quest isn't really going to go on for that long. It is a Kutku, admittedly. Okay, you're not stealing my Book of Combos 3. I will allow, or at least tolerate, the theft of some items from my pouch, but not Book of Combos 3. That's really pushing the line. Or really pushing the something. Good God. I don't know what the signal was for. I don't think it was for the placement of a trap, although I wouldn't put it past this team. It was for the placement of a truly ridiculous trap. Now that I look at it, we really don't need to pay any attention to that. No. Ow. Let's try to get this taken care of now. Oh! That's really unfortunate. strange flash bomb there. It's really the kindest thing that I can say about that flash bomb. Strange. I don't know where this monster's gone. I suppose I could avail myself of the convenience of a Psycho Serum. I'm bloody well glad that I did do that, because this monster is flying everywhere. Look at this. I think he's gone to... Has he gone to the mountainous area, or is he in the... God, I think... I don't know precisely where that is. Okay, it is just the nest area. Thank God for that. I wasn't too sure. Look at you trying to attack people who are climbing. This just... There's trolling, and then there's just behaving in a truly petulant and pathetic manner. Effective trolls, which you are not, are kind of funny. You are not that. You are neither funny nor effective. But anyway. I don't know if we're doing a capture or what. I did see some pre-tranking. It's very hard to capture this monster. Much too small for trank bombs, really. Oh, look at him, little baby. Little baby. Look at the size of the trap compared to him. Oh, apparently it's a way to launch people into the next area. I don't really think that... I feel like that requires more specific positioning than that. I think you need to be climbing in the right spot, which I don't imagine anyone was. But anyway. And by you, I don't mean you as the person attacking, I mean the person climbing. So people who are climbing. Anyway. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I wish I had some cheese right now. Oh, you can angle it. I see. Well, that's just great. Good old multiplayer speedrunning strats. It's a bit bespoke. Alright. Well, that was a quick quest. That's a good shot. That looks like, almost looks like the Rapture. Like I'm being... Like my soul is leaving my body. Or something. Evidently I'm being hit by a water shot, but anyway. Alright, our next quest will be a more substantial one, I can assure you of that. That was much too quick. Let's do Carlos. I saw snow, okay. I saw the snowy mountains, or at least the image of the snowy mountains, and I thought, let's do Carlos. That sounds like fun. And indeed, it will be a more substantial hunt. It's quite often that will last for at least 10 minutes. Not all the time, depends on the team, doesn't it? Let's see, do you know what? I'm going to challenge myself. It's not that much of a challenge if you think about it, but I am going to challenge myself to play this hunting horn without checking to see what songs I can play. All I need to play, okay, is attack and defense. I should be able to remember that much. The only reason why I might not remember it is because I do play hunting horn in other games as well, and the note combinations are very different there, compared with this game, so I'll see if I can get it right. I think I can. I think I remember it. If I can't, I will obviously make use of a reference, but we'll see. My nose is itching. Well, if it's a choice between cheesing or super duper cheesing, I would ask you to choose the first option, because we do have 4 people, so just a standard level of cheese will do. You can say, okay, well he had defaulted to super duper cheese. You can tell because he joined and then immediately left to change to a different loadout. But seriously, my whole reasoning for posting this quest was so that we could have a more substantial hunt than the one we just departed on. And now you want to join this quest with the most broken set that you can conceive of, one would assume. So, okay, well that's fine. The punishment dual blades, to be honest, like, that's not totally unreasonable. That's, I mean, I wouldn't even describe that as cheese, personally. It has the ingredients to create cheese, but it is not, in and of itself, cheese. Wow. I didn't realize... Okay, that was my mistake. It looks like Gendrome couldn't actually join the quest because he wasn't HR9. He's having to... he has to change his save file. God damn. What did you think he meant? So he's laughing about something, but then he's like, oh, he means save. What did you think he meant? Were you thinking of, like a Windows account? Wow. You actually thought he meant Windows account. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to give you my guild card. Well, I don't need to. I actually don't need to at all, but I will do it. It's perfectly reasonable to call it account. It's not... It's just a word to refer to a character, it's fine. I've referred to in-game Monster Hunter characters as accounts before, it's fine. It's because in some games, like for example MMOs, it is a case of changing your account. Rather than... What? Didn't it say that he couldn't receive my guild card? How did he know that I had sent it? I mean, unless he had already received it, I guess that's possible. I will accept his, because we are hunting a lot together. But yeah. It's not that unusual to use the word account to refer to character. It's fine. I hope this is the person. I'm gonna ask him. Oh, he's saying okay, okay in the chat. Just going to apologise for forcing him to change his character like that. Don't use Hunting Horn, Christ! What are you doing? There is no need to have 2 hunting horns, particularly because the songs on your hunting horn are pretty much identical to my songs. That's just stupid, that's daft. He needed to change his tune. Oh, shut up, I don't want to hear it. I do have a highlight where I'm ranting about the use of the word tune. Oh, I can't stand that. That's something I will not put up with. Like, I'm happy with character, account. What are some other examples? Profile? Profile's fine. But tune? No, if you use fucking tune in my presence, I will not remain quiet. I will say something, and it won't be friendly. It won't be measured. It won't even be agreeable. it will be... You will hear words of poison leave my mouth. Truly. Slot? Not much. I'm gonna change my slot. I hope that's not what you're referring to. Hope you were just having your own conversation with yourself. Change your slot. That would be ridiculous. I do thank this guy for indulging me in my request to change his weapon, but hopefully he understands why I asked. I already had a hunting horn equipped that does attack and defense, and then he joined with a hunting horn that has attack and defense. I don't really like the idea of 2 hunting horns in one quest already, but to have 2 hunting horns with largely the same songs, to me, is ridiculous. Alright, let's go. No, I'm sorry, but... Switch to another slot. No, that's not... No one says that. No one says that or has ever said that. Switch to another slot. That sounds like a very specific kind of video game, if that is a word that you've heard before. Switch to your other slot. No. That's absurd. It just so happened that it benefited you to be hit by me in that moment. I was actually hitting you for other reasons. Oh, I don't think that's how I want to play that. No, it's not. I just realized that I'm playing yellow notes, which means that I've got no idea what fucking songs I'm supposed to play. Let's try the attack song that I believe I can play. I hope this can do defense, otherwise I'm rather lost. Alright. I don't always say this about myself, but I am actually corner horning right now. I'm so far away from the monster that I'm happy to admit that that is corner horning. That is a phrase that has been often misused in Monster Hunter parlance. You know, people think that if you're not playing songs in Freedom Unite while cheek by jowl with the monster, like actually fucking beating on it directly, you're corner horning. That's not what corner horning is. Corner horning is when you're practically never engaging the monster in confrontation, and in fact positioning yourself as far as possible away from the monster and just playing songs. That's what corner horning is. Let me try and do this right. We'll start with this and then... I don't know if I got this right at all. No, not that. Jesus. So... I'm doing strange things at the moment, but that's alright. Ah, I've got it. Sort of. Not that. What am I doing? Is this... defense more powerful? That's probably what I want. I wasn't expecting it to be defense low. But I do have a defense increase now, which is largely what I wanted. Yay! I played songs without checking a reference. In Freedom Unite. Stop it. Can't believe how effectively he was hitting me with his arm. I'm just going to say front leg. We've had this discussion before, some time ago, about the difference between arm, leg, front leg, back leg, in relation to monsters. To be honest, the level of detail when it came to that discussion was just not worth it. You know when you have a really detailed discussion about something and then you just take a step back and realize just how pointless the discussion actually is? That's what that discussion was like. It was between myself and Ethan. And it was like fucking college debating society. It was stupid, it was fucking pointless. If you ever hear me use the phrase college debating society, it's basically to say that it's pointless and meaningless and just a form of, like, cock-stroking. It's just like, look at me argue this position without actually believing in it, you know. Basically, part-time philosopher sort of business. I don't have time for that shit. But yeah. Argument for the sake of argument, that's how I would summarize it. Without sounding strange. And without making ridiculous voices. I'll have to keep it up, just as I said that. I was about to say I have to keep an eye on my songs, and just as I said that, we lost our defense song. So I will replay my attack, because if we've lost our defense song, we've definitely lost our attack. Where are you? I hope I'm not in line with anything you're about to do. Namely, running, or that. Okay. Once again, Cushion, I'd love it if you attacked the monster. Rather than doing whatever you were doing there. Okay, so in this game I can't actually go straight into that. In later games you can super pound and then play the note. Well, of course you can. Anyway, I don't know what point I'm trying to make here. There was definitely a point, just didn't mean much. Imagine complaining about fire res. It's because it's the same note combination, that's why. It's yellow and red. Now I realise why he was screaming about fire res in the chat. That's precious time you could be spending actually dealing damage to the monster to make comments about fire res in the chat. Comments for which nobody asked. Gold Rathian has fainted. We could actually create a narrative where I've somehow mistaken Ukanlos for a Cantor. That would be funny. Well, I don't know, the names are really similar. Gonna do a super pound on your face, Mr. Shoveljaw. Never mind. Did an excellent job of hitting this guy away, though. I'd consider that a success. At the end of the day. If he gets hit... Oh. I cannot ask for a better scenario. A better result. That, quite frankly, I mean... That's really satisfying. So you completely fail when it comes to hitting the monster, but you absolutely ace it when it comes to griefing the troll in your team. Just doesn't get better than that. When you have multiple sources of satisfaction in your hunt, it increases the chances of being satisfied. That's how that works. And look at that. Oh, I'm the only guy dealing KO damage. Look at me do all the work. Look at me. Yeah, Cushion, this is what dealing damage looks like. Quite a novel concept for you, I realise. I will top up my attack song. Oh, that was very close. I'll do my defense song again. Let's just do it. I probably should be keeping an eye out on like what the note combination is, because I think it starts with red, doesn't it? Yeah, so it's red, yellow, not yellow, red. Okay. So technically I don't have to play... Well, it probably would end up happening that way. While I'm encoring the defense song, it probably would end up playing the fire one as well. So, or the fire res one. Don't want to call that the fire song. But anyway. Did I just carve a tail from your body? I sure did. It's Ukanlos's other tail. Which might excite some and disgust others, but... For anyone who wants to assert that you cannot carve the penis of a monster in Monster Hunter, I contend otherwise. Oh, no cold, yeah. That's an old joke. That's an old reference. Almost can't believe you were around then to experience the no cold. But yeah. Strange, isn't it? Like some references can endure, and yet they refer only to a single moment. Think of all the hours that I've live streamed, and a single moment can have an enduring meme like no cold. Wow. Just amazing when you think of it in those terms. Okay, let's look in the HR9 quest list. What's fun? How about Diamond Dust? I like that idea. Let's do Tigrex and Raja. This guy's saying, oh. He's saying he's going to be back in 10 minutes. Well, I don't know if his space is going to be here at that time, but... And I'm typing Tigrex/Rajang to a guy who's actually listening to me talk, so... that was unhelpful and unnecessary. Let's get ready for that quest, and we'll communicate it to the other guy when he gets back. So yeah, the fourth player, XX, or whatever his name is, some pointless lettering, he is going to disappear for 10 minutes. I don't know if he's going to stay in the room to keep his slot, or if he's going to disappear and then come back later. If he's not staying in the room, then that's rather gracious of him, because it's almost recognizing that we may not want to keep a slot open for him. It's an almost self-effacing and humble understanding of the circumstances. Look, to be honest, if he's going to play it that way, I'd be happy to keep a slot open for him, but we'll see how things play out. For the moment, however, Tigrex and Rajang, they are of opposite elements, so therefore resistances that work for both may not, or excuse me, an elemental type that is effective for both may not exist. I don't actually know what Rajang's secondary weakness would be. Let's just go for raw damage, we'll keep it simple. Well, not just raw, but how about we go non-elemental? That can refer to status or raw damage. What are you using? Cushion? Because if I'm going to bring something like paralysis, I don't want to double up with you. Or rather, if you're going to bring paralysis, I don't want to double up. Okay, you're bringing hammer, so probably not paralysis then. So... I don't even think I've got the cat's paw thing. Melink's Tool G, that's what it's called. What should I use? I do want some paralysis, so do you know what I'll do? And I do have moments where I hesitate to actually bring this set, because I think it's probably frowned upon generally. I think it's seen to trivialize a lot of confrontations, and I can see why. For anything that can actually be paralyzed, this set is stupidly effective. Do you know something that I almost never see in Freedom Unite? And it really speaks to the way in which people almost follow fads. They don't actually think independently, but you never see paralysis abuse against a Fatalis. Now that's something that's very common in 1st gen, or at least Freedom 1. Now in Freedom 1, you're going to constantly see people paralyzing a Fatalis and then dealing maximum dragon damage to the head. You will never see it in Freedom Unite. Ever, ever, ever. But it can still be done. So there you go. Just a random observation. Excuse me. Diamond dust. There it is. Oh, this gun lance. Genesis. A fairly underused gun lance in this game, I should mention. Quite common in Portable Third, for example. But you almost never see it in Freedom Unite. Good on him for making it here. Sort of it's just a raw gun lance. Fairly effective. Probably a good alternative to the popcorn, insofar as it functions well as a thrusting weapon, as well as a shelling weapon. Okay, so let's get our paralysis organized. Before we depart on the quest, I will go to the bathroom, but... Sorry, that facial expression was in reaction to what Cushion said in the chat. It wouldn't be unusual for me to make that face almost permanently while he is in the chat. Okay, so I think it's Huskberry and... Is it Nahabra Spine or is it something else that I use? It's not Nahabra Spine, It is something else. Gendron Fang. Of course. Genpray Fang, sorry. Or is it not? What do I combine for paralysis level 1 again? Can't believe it. Player info... No. Where's my reference? There you go. Where are you? Where out there? Or do I shoot paralysis? Oh, I must shoot paralysis level 2, not level 1. Silly me. This is a loadout for shooting paralysis level 2. Which means that I should combine some in the box here. That explains why I couldn't do it with the Gendron Fangs. Alright, I can't remember how many I can take. I think it's 9. If it's 12, I will be shocked. It is 8, not 9. But I knew it was less than 12. I got that part right. Alright, let's put away the huskberries and bring small husks. Oh, very good. So I can shoot how many of those? Enough is the answer. 3. That's good enough. I love that sword and shield. Look at the size of it. The size of that is so good. The blue ogre sword. Do you know what's really unfortunate about that sword and shield? You cannot fully upgrade that into a G rank weapon in this game. That upgrades into the dual blades, I think. Such a shame, because the size is just perfect. It's really long, and that works really nicely on a visual level with that weapon. So good. Yes, I'm taking a bathroom break, and you shouldn't be surprised to see that, because I am drinking cider. This is not good. Fuck off! That is so unfair. Literally, raw on spawn, and then hitting me while I'm affected by the raw, like on spawn. That shit is intolerable. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. I wish I didn't have to actually go this far away from the monster in order to be safe. The reason why I didn't, and by it I mean use a Farcaster, is because I was actually expecting the Rajang to have spawned in the area that I would have escaped from the Tigrex to. So, and I believe I was correct about that. So there you go. It was a truly terrible situation, like for the scenario that I was in, where I wanted to not immediately be in combat with the monsters. Literally, the worst possible spawn is what I was given. So, there you have it. Just pouring more of my cider. Okay. Once I join everyone, the quest is going to get a whole lot better. That's the irony of this. So... yeah, I do really love this loadout. Gendrom's almost dead. He almost got one shot. That's incredible. I don't know what hit him there, but... he almost got one shot. Oh my god. What a fucking I mean, could you imagine how differently this would have turned out if I just was there from the beginning? But it couldn't be that way, I'm sorry. I had to, you know, answer nature's call, as they say. Oh, Jesus. I thought the changing of the camera angle there was because I got hit. Now I have to deal with my low health. I can't even fucking hit the monster. And he's flying away. What a cool weapon. Look at it spinning like that. How strange is it that that weapon doesn't spin in the later games? You'd think that this game would not have an animation that was not included in the later games, but it does. Cushion is screaming in the chat about someone wyvern firing on the head, and I understand the frustration. Because of course wyvern fire is going to deal set damage, irrespective of where it hits the monster. So if you've got a hammer user, don't wyvern fire the head. That is the wisdom that I can bestow upon any person listening today. Alright. And he's fucking dead. My apologies that you guys had to have such difficulty with this Tigrex. I can assure you that the Rajang will be better. It will be faster, it will be more comfortable, and you will literally watch life improve before your eyes. Oh. Well, I was incorrect. What I really should have done was just left the area that I was in, because it turns out that both monsters do not spawn at the same time. You have to wait for the next one to come. It's one after the other, sequentially. Weird. Does the Rajang spawn here? Or in the other area? I don't know. I think Angrod is looking for it. It's not here, man. I'm just gonna let this guy run in a fucking circle for a while. Until he realizes that the monster's not here. You know, you almost feel like you have superpowers when you alone have psycho serums. When other people don't have psycho serums, you just feel like God. Little do they realize, for some reason, that they can buy them too. Unless it requires the Granny DLC, which I have natively. Like, I actually downloaded it from the official Capcom server, the web server, from the PSP onto this character. But you can get it other ways. Whoa! That was frightening. That is the word that I would use to describe it. Seeing as though he's doing this attack, I'm going to paralyze him here rather than wait for the trap. Angro, get over there! Jesus, I'm using a fucking paralysis loadout. Alright. This is a good chance for me to get my paralysis up. Angrod! Jesus. I mean, not really his fault. I'm sure he could not have possibly anticipated that. But still, fucking hell. Truly annoying. I think when the monster is paralyzed, they can still take build up for the next one. I need to double check that. I'm quite sure that I recently discovered that you could do that. So the assumption... Ooh, I just fell. Do you know what? That's probably what heroin's like. If you mainline heroin, that's probably very similar to the sensation that I just experienced. I felt almost liquid rage fill my bloodstream and just spread throughout my body. That was incredible. That was almost like... Wow. That's been some time since I've experienced that. Actual, tangible fury filling my very being. I actually don't have words. And I don't think I need them. I don't think I need words to describe that. Imagine a monster that is so breathtakingly incapable of doing anything to the hunters, being locked down to that degree, and yet it still manages to kill someone. I mean, why? Why have we failed that quest? Turns out that if I choose to go and take a piss, that's the difference between success and failure. Why? For fuck's sake. What are we doing next? Obviously not fucking Diamond Dust. Apparently Diamond Dust is too much for us. We can't handle a quest like that. That is above our capabilities. Should we do Sephidrate? Should we do Gendro? I should mention that Cushion's also fucking pissed. So, there you go. Life goes on, let's move on to the next fucking quest. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not going to be Diamond Dust. Because I'm not doing that twice, okay? I don't care if the result ended up being as distinctly different to what we just experienced as possible. I don't care, I'm not doing it again. Let's do Copper Blangonga. Let's keep it simple. I don't want to overburden the team with anything too difficult. Alright. Copper Blangonga, let's go Sword and Shield. As for which Sword and Shield I use, I don't have an Ice Sword and Shield because I don't have the Kushala Sword and Shield yet. It's hard to get Kushala stuff in this game. I used to have the crate sword, I don't have it anymore. Ugh. I'll just bring this. That will indeed suffice. I don't know if Angrod's going to show his face again, but if he does, technically he will be welcome. Technically. And I will say no more than that. Is it just you and me? Are we the only ones left after that devastating result?
Hi.
Says the lady. Oh yes. We want this quest list. Have to do Old Desert. Why the fuck would I choose the standard desert one? Ridiculous. Why would I voluntarily hunt anything in that desert rather than the old desert? Why are you what's that for? What did you bring that for? What did you think we were hunting? Fucking Plesioth? What's that for? Fashion? I'm not saying fashion's not allowed, like what the fuck is that? Like, fire longsword against a copper blangonga. Anyway. Fashion's allowed, it just helps to, you know, deal damage to the monsters you're fighting. Gendrome's using that. This guy. Okay. I might have to reach out to Angrod. I kind of want to get Malmo in here. If you want to know... What are you talking about? Don't be so absurd. Malmo is trying to suggest that I've got no one in my room. This is uncalled for. Give me a second. This is important. This is desperately important. Just do it. Oh, hold on. He probably hasn't done it, has he? He probably hasn't done it. The relevance of that being, he will not do any quest in G rank that he has yet to solo. Which is interesting. Oh. Okay, well he's gonna join. Okay, I'm not gonna send that. Oh, the temptation was real. AJ joined. Oh, AJ joined. Okay, oh, I'm not gonna fucking substitute an AJ for Malmo. Not gonna do that. Well, life goes on, doesn't it? Yes, look, do you know what? This might come as an earth-shattering shock to you. But I don't require your direction when it comes to communicating to people about what slots are available and which ones are not. Like, your guidance, as it so happens, is unnecessary. Tell them it's full. Tell you it's full. Fucking kick you out for Mau Mau. Might do that. Who do? Yeah, I'll kick you out for Mau Mau. Would you enjoy that? Poor guy. He's such a good man. He actually wished us good luck despite the fact that I told him to join and then said, "Oh, sorry, you can't." Good guy. No. So, I don't have really a decent raw options, or a paralysis option, so I'm using this instead. Which of course is still going to do lots of damage. I'm happy with the damage output of my choice of weapon. I've successfully poisoned, well, I don't know if you saw it, but I actually managed to poison the Remobra somehow. Don't have an explanation for that, but it did happen. Unless my eyes deceived me. Completely. No. What you doing? Being a monkey. New theory. Copper Blangonga actually lays eggs. Because what else is his hammer other than an egg in a nest? And if it's his hammer, what is the relevance of an egg in a nest? Surely it is his egg. So, yeah. New theory. Probably not all that new. I suggest it was already posited back in the portable 2nd G days. On various Japanese communication systems, possibly even on the fucking trains to work in those days, with all the young men with their PSPs discussing amongst themselves what the hell the Copper Blangonga hammer would have actually been. And I'm sure the theory would have been posed that the Copper Blangonga hammer was in fact an egg, and that Copper Blangonga lays eggs. And in fact, this is female, like what we're hunting right now. This thing is a female. God, this is mind-boggling. I feel so close to the series when I just dissect it and pull it apart and just get so in-depth into the way that it works, and all the monsters and all the things that they do and all the eggs that they lay. I don't think this monster's going to last much longer. I really don't. I'm surprised it's not poisoned still. I should have almost back-to-back poison with this sword and shield, and the fact that I don't must, in fact, speak to poor performance on my part. Oh! Double back hop. Or back jump, rather. It's a bit too violent to be called a hop. I think it has to be referred to as a jump in order to correctly communicate its intensity. Oh, he's limping. You could see that when he began to turn around, he wasn't going to limp. And then he decided to limp, which required a 4-point turn on the part of the egg-laying primate. That flash bomb, I just, no. I'm not even going to criticize it. It's not even worthy of criticism. It's better left ignored, actually. What was that? Someone trying to kill it with a small barrel bomb, which, you know, I can respect it, but I don't have to understand it. Well, who's signaling and for what purpose? Ow. I'll tell you what. I'm happy to admit this, but as far as flash bomb placement is concerned, that's possibly the best placement I've ever seen. Or at least in recent months and years. That was directly in front of his eyeballs. If that didn't successfully flash bomb him, nothing would, really. Well placed. Can't say it did anything of value, but it was definitely a good flash bomb. Alright, had I known that I was actually complimenting you, I wouldn't have said a word. But that's alright. What's that gun lance again? Is that... What is that? Is that the... Is that the Kezu gun lance? No, it doesn't... It just has a bit of a leathery look to it. I actually don't know what that gun lance is. It looks simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar. It's definitely not the Kezu gun lance. I'm sorry for even suggesting that it was. It looks nothing like the Kezu gun lance. Because I have it, and it doesn't look like that. It's one of the G weapons, okay. Is it a raw gun lance? I suppose it must be. Okay. Oh, pretty cool. Next hunt. Like I said, I have to go based on what I feel like choosing. I can't actually make use of the command at the moment because the bot is down. And that's Arcs. Let's do that. That looks really cool. Now, is there a common weakness? Pink Rathian, Red Kezu, Gravios. Well, definitely water would be a common weakness for two of them, but don't know how Pink Rathian... Well, do you know what? Let's just do it. Let's bring water. I don't think Pink Rathian is strong enough for me to be sitting there worrying about not being elementally effective for her. Let's be real. So I'll bring water. Because that's effective for 2 out of 3 of the monsters. I'll bring a sword and shield. So that means we're doing Atlantica. I don't often equip that. Oh goody. Don't know why I sounded so enthusiastic in that moment. That sounded quite creepy. I sounded like a villain from a 1960s film. Disney film. Oh, it's the Blizzard Gunlance G, so it's ice? Okay, that's pretty cool. There's no need to do that emote, Nagakuka, as if it's almost an absurd notion that I didn't know what element that Gunlance had. Like, oh my god, how does he not know? Do you know how many G weapons there are in this damn game? But it does explain the blue blade. What that means is that that Gunlance is actually a Geodrome Gunlance in the G form. From having looked at it, I wouldn't have guessed that, okay? Maybe you are learned enough and generally knowledgeable when it comes to the G weapons. I'm not. So, there you go. More than 5 G weapons. This is true. You are technically correct when you say that there are more than 5 G weapons. Lavazioth Gunlands. Oh yeah. That's also my fire gunlands of choice. Although I don't remember what the other options are. There's a Gravios Gunlands. Or is that raw? Is that fire or raw? Ah, there would probably be a black Gravios Gunlance, which is fire. But I know the raw Gravios Gunlance would be the standard one. I still haven't made the Gravios Gunlance, I've always meant to. Still haven't done it. It's a pretty good Gunlance. I'm almost embarrassed that I haven't made it, in fact. Rude hunters. Yeah, right. Blushing Dame. Very good choice to upgrade that weapon. This is obviously an HR8, just building their character. Very, very good choice of greatsword. Of course, someone's going to... Well, not someone. This is purely hypothetical, because no one's actually going to say this. Because they would be effectively putting their head above the parapet in doing so, but, you know, someone somewhere is thinking, not necessarily someone who's watching this live stream, or watching this VOD, but someone somewhere is thinking, what? Elemental Greatsword? There's absolutely no point in using an Elemental Greatsword in Free to Be Knight. They're all so much weaker than the raw Greatswords, you're just wasting your time. Now, hopefully the absurdity of that opinion is clear enough in what I just said for me to not need to explain why it's so absurd. And that's the end of the discussion. Yeah, in terms of Dragon Greatswords, that is a good choice. I'm not a fan of the Lao Shan Lung Greatsword for Dragon. I think it focuses a little bit too much on element. High elemental damage is okay, but I don't really think that element should be treated as the main damage dealing factor of a weapon. I think it should be considered more like bonus damage. Because very few monsters have huge dragon weaknesses. You know, Fatalis would be one of the few examples with a huge dragon weakness where it would be worthwhile having very, very high dragon damage, like with a Lao Shan Lung weapon. I love element to death, but even I am happy to admit that it's better to be treated as bonus damage rather than main damage. I mean, you could see that I was one-handed in that moment, but I really am surprised that committing to that direction of sprinting still was not able to clear the running animation of that monster. Jesus, this is one of the most aggressive and effective Pink Rathians I've seen. She's doing an excellent job of dealing with the team right now. Just beautiful AI. So well done. Of course, it's just a complete fluke. Just so happens that this particular hunt has created a Rathian where she's dealing with our attacks very well, but yeah. I really should be drawing out this combo. I'll do that next time. What are you pinging for? I don't need to dive though. In fact, I was too late diving that raw. So I don't know what I was trying to achieve. I don't know what you're pinging for, so I'm going to ignore you. Sorry. I didn't see a trap. Is there one? No, what are you pinging for then? Alright. I will be sure to ignore you going forward. If I see a ping from Cushion, I will pretend as if there wasn't one. That's easy. And she did. Very good. I do feel like it's a shame that so many of my viewers are asleep right now. Or the ones that otherwise would be awake are just not here. Very low viewership for this live stream, but that's okay. You sort of make up for it with the people who watch the VODs, but I feel like this is a pretty fun live stream. I think they're missing out. Alright. It's Kezu time. Well, not completely. Because I am going to go to the bathroom before we hunt the next monster. And by we, I mean myself and my viewers. Not these other guys. They don't have to wait until I come back. I'll be back in a moment. What's going on? How are we still not in combat? Why are you guys not going into the cave area? Because that's where he's starting. Oh. He's flying here now. That's what's important. At least I think so. I saw him fly. I saw a shadow. What's going on? I'm so confused. What are you doing? They actually decided to not fight the monster until I was back, for reasons that I can't completely make sense of. Good for them. I'm going the wrong way. Gendrome seems very confused. That I can say for certain. You do realize that this is only the second monster? This is going to be a long hunt at this rate. I can't believe it. Look at this. Why do you guys do this to me? Forcing us to hunt for this long. Presumably to, effect a joke. He fell. He tried to go on the ceiling and then fell off. Poor guy. Oh, and he can't even make the jump. Poor baby. What's wrong with this monster? It's the clumsiest fucking thing I've ever seen. Thank God I'm out of range of that. Oh! Just barely. Not out of range of that. As much as I might want to be out of range of it. I feel like this is a question that I should have asked sooner, but why the hell are you using a fire gun, Lance? Why do you do this? I should make Genesis in this game, just as an aside, relating to gun lances. I love that it spins in this game. I really need to make it. I don't know how to make it. I'll have to figure it out. Thanks for hitting me. I would not... Can I just say, I would not have been hit by that attack if I hadn't been hit by AJ in that moment, but that's fine. Life goes on, doesn't it? AJ seems to have an attachment to the asshole of this monster. I'm seeing a lot of thrusts right into that part. Could just be a coincidence. I don't know. Jeez, that's a scary attack, isn't it? I'm usually not on the receiving end of that. I'm usually not close enough for him to hit me with it. But if you're in that sweet spot, just to his right side and directly in front of him, that's a scary attack. It's like a whip. Oh, very good flinch. Oh, I fucking knew that attack was coming. And yet I still went in there. Says the Kazu. There was a bit of creative license that went into that. But you can obviously hear the similarity. It wasn't completely different to the Kazu Roar, what I just did. Oh, didn't need to carve again. I couldn't get out of the way of that. I think, I don't know if I'm correct, but I think that bomb was placed accidentally. A signal was given to apologize. Another signal was given to mean God knows what. Either I accept your apology or fuck you. And then I signaled to say fuck you, okay? We don't need to guess or attempt to interpret my signal. I'm telling you, my signal meant fuck you. And then my theory falls apart if in fact the bomb was placed intentionally. There he is! What a fucking titan. Look at this thing. Now, of course, I'm very familiar with the visual appearance of a Gravios. My point here is that when you watch one fly, it just doesn't look right. He looks far too large to fly. It's like watching the Brabazon. You know, that old aeroplane from the 50s or 60s? I think it was the 50s. Very impressive. There is a child screaming outside. There's something about just behind where my window is. in the driveway for the apartment next to mine, there's some fucking kids who play there periodically, and I don't know why, but it just... their voices, their screams... when I say their screams, it sounds like they're being attacked, but, you know, it just very, very perfectly enters my bedroom. I don't know what it is. It's like... it sounds almost unnatural that it would so effectively come into my bedroom, but it just does. Might have to go out there with a weapon one day. Just to scare them, you know. It'll be anonymous. Not going to go out there and advertise my identity. But, you know, I just scare the shit out of them enough to have them never play in the driveway again. And if I want a more permanent solution, like I say, it's a driveway, right? So I just get a fucking car. And use it in the way that it's meant to be used. It's a fucking driveway. I was driving. What can I say? Natural selection. Point being, stop interrupting my live stream. Oh! Couldn't do anything about that. My character was standing there inert. Because he had bounced and had to take a moment to stand there in shock at the fact that he bounced. Or something. Cushion is screaming in the chat again. Really, you can spare us from that, can't you? Get a hold of yourself. Take charge of your emotions. Yeah, I'm very happy with my choice of weapon for this quest. It's a whole lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. Bit of longsword. There has been more longsword action in this recording than in recent memory. I don't remember using longsword quite this much in Freedom Unite any time recently. The last time was probably in 2019. Feels good. I am absolutely not an exponent of longsword use. But do you know what? When you are like me, and you very rarely use longsword, actually using it is a lot of fun. And I feel like that's exactly why I don't use it very often. It's because it's a very simple weapon type, therefore it's easy to become disenchanted by the weapon. Its simplicity is so uninspiring that it's easy to just not be interested at all. But if you never use them, or at least use it very infrequently, like I do, those moments where you do use it are so much more fun. So there you have it. I am a longsword fan, in short bursts. And I do say the same about Gunlance. I am a Gunlance fan, in short bursts. Gendrome has died. How or why, I'm not entirely sure, but... Anyway, fuck. How the fuck? I'm sorry. I have little tolerance for bouncing with purple sharpness. I just... To me, that's... offensive. The idea that I'm attacking the legs of a Gravios with a purple sharpness longsword and I'm bouncing, that to me is an affront to the dignity of a hunter. You know, I've fucking upgraded a weapon to the highest point in the game, and I'm still going to be bouncing on Gravios' legs. That's just... Well, soul-destroying for some people, not for me. I'm not going to use such hyperbolic language to describe my emotions when it comes to that, but, you know, it is annoying. It's displeasing. That's what I would say. It's displeasing. I feel displeasure when I see that happening. And it doesn't seem right. It seems like it's erroneous. It is as if there is no reasonable explanation for it. If I were hitting, like, the back, or something that really felt like it should be heavily armored, I'd understand, but the legs of a Gravios? Why? With purple sharpness. It's just not acceptable. I will accept that sort of situation with white sharpness because it is not actually the maximum sharpness. So it feels reasonable, but when I am at max sharpness in the game, I can fucking pass on that. I can pass on a scenario where I'm bouncing off the legs. It's bullshit. Ugh. Been live for 3 hours. I will continue. I'll get one more can of cider. That should carry me for another 40 minutes or so. That is the plan. I hope I'm still on camera. Am I still on camera? I am. Very good. It looks very dark, doesn't it? I don't mind. I feel like I don't have to be this orange. I can make myself a little less orange. I mean, it's not like super orange, but I can drop it back. There you go, that's what we want. Very good. I just like the richness of the blacks. I don't that can be taken out of context. My point is that the dark gradients are strong with my current webcam settings. Yes. To be fair, Goku, his whole body is made out of stone, so why should I expect to cut through it like a knife through butter? It is a cute point that you've made, but it is quite inconsistent with reality. Alright, what is our next quest? Apparently I'm the one making these decisions, so... Well, we can do... No, let's not do more Gravios. Let's do an Elder Dragon. That's a good idea, actually. Haven't done an Elder Dragon in this recording. This is a tough choice. Well, it's not... I shouldn't say it's a tough choice. It's between Teostra and Chameleos. I'm sorry, I'm not doing Kushala. It's not happening. Oh, for God's sake. If you were to pay attention to the point that I was making, it was that the legs of a monster should not be heavily armoured. I completely agree that the fencing skill would be rendered largely irrelevant if purple could hit through anything. But, again, that is not the point that I was making. But perhaps I shouldn't blame you for being slow on the uptake, perhaps I should blame myself for not explaining it more clearly. But hopefully now, I have made the point more clearly. Let's do Chameleos. Like I said, I'm going to get another beverage before we start the next hunt, and it should last me for another, let's say, 3 more hunts. Possibly including, but may not include, the one that we depart on next. So it could be a total of 4. We'll see how things pan out. Damn, what was the monster I chose again? What was it? You'd think that if I chose it, I'd remember, but it turns out that I still can't remember. Camellios, thank you. Could use greatsword. Let's use dual blades. Haven't used dual blades in this recording. No, did not intend to do that. Alright. So I have the Towards the Silence quest, which is what I prefer, for both Teostra and Camellios. Oh, that's good. Put a Farcaster back in there. Do we have a 4th hunter? I actually don't know. I'm not keeping track. No, we do, definitely. Don't we? The problem with this, if I'm in a scenario where I'm not entirely sure if we've got 4 hunters or not, the problem with that, of course, is that I don't know if someone gets sniped or not. So... No, we do have 4. Yeah. So Gendrome's still with us, I think. That's really funny that you just typed the sentence, I have 10k CP. That's really funny. But I'm not going to comment further. Do you have my guild card, AJ? I need to give it to you now. That's very important. It's almost sad we haven't exchanged guild cards. Do you know what? We probably did some time ago, but this character has lost a lot of its progress, so that's alright. Anyway, we will wait for that guy, whatever his name is. Oh, Himiko has sniped, possibly. Do we know if Gendrome's coming back? Ah. He's attempting to join back. So Himiko joined at the same time. No, we have to tell him. Really? Okay, well apparently you and I haven't played in Freedom Unite, but we have played in Freedom 2. Akbar is a... well, in-game his name is Himiko. In Hunsterverse and on PPSSPP he is Akbar. He does understand the common courtesy, which is to actually ask if the room is full before joining. He did do so. Hopefully Gendrome hasn't been discouraged from joining again. I'll have to contact him. Alright. While he organises himself, and I have sent him a message in Hunsterverse to let him know that he can come now, I will go and get another beverage. I'll be back momentarily. Ironically, one of the cans that I still had here had cider left in it. And a decent amount. About 100 mils worth. Maybe even more. So I'm well stocked for the next hour, I'd say. That's not to say that you need to stick with me for that long, but if you do, I will thank you for that. AJ's having a rough time. Honestly, you both probably should reconsider departing on this quest. I love the idea of hunters getting completely smashed before a hunt. Obviously, in the old days, that wasn't totally unusual. You hear those stories of seafaring in combat drinking so much they could be shot with a fucking cannon and laugh as their body was fucking destroyed by shrapnel and whatever else. Laugh in the face of death, they were so drunk. I can't imagine they lasted for very long after that point, but the point does stand that they were so disconnected from their central nervous system with the amount of alcohol they had consumed that they were good in combat in that sense. I wouldn't want to be that drunk. You're almost not a real person if you've had that much to drink. You're like an automata. Like a thing that functions but not with meaning. But anyway. Oh! Almost got hit by that. I can't believe that this Gendrome guy is still bringing this Nagakuga hammer. I think that's all he's got. I think it is official. That's all he has. How am I already at blue sharpness? This is terrible. This is really bad. I should have actually brought my sword and shield set. Much better for sharpening. So, this was a terrible decision. Yeah, definitely my other armor set, which I typically use for sword and shield, would have been more appropriate for these dual blades. I'm going to have to sharpen a lot in this quest, and I'm not looking forward to it. For the sake of my whetstones, I will hold off on sharpening until I reach blue, but of course I will not persist beyond blue sharpness. That's ridiculous. Oh, bloody hell. Nice combo. Although I don't know if I should be complimenting the camellias. Aha. Can we get a knockdown, please? And he's flying off. Well, not actually flying off, but he's repositioning. I'm not sure where he is. That's the beauty of Mr. Chameleos. He's a chameleon. Did you know that Chameleos is based on a chameleon? Sorry if that was too illuminating for your mind to comprehend. Got one more demon dance out. And you know what, I'll sharpen up again, that's fine. This is only my third whetstone, feels like my fifth. Do you know, I joined a room not long ago. In fact, it was the first room that I joined. Coming into this game, I was using this set, full white Fatalis, and like one of the people in the room was like, "Wow, full white Fatalis, cool!" And I'm like, what's going on? There is an abundance of people with not necessarily the white Fatalis set, but definitely endgame sets. There's nothing impressive about a white Fatalis set. It caught me off guard to be the subject of someone's amazement for using a fucking white Fatalis set. It's like it's 2010 again. Or even 2009. Strange. But that's what I like about playing Freedom Unite in Hunsterverse. Sometimes it feels like you're going back in time. Because for a lot of those people, the significance that Freedom Unite has in their minds is equivalent to the significance that it would hold for people who played Monster Hunter in general in the year of 2009. Like, it's the newest Monster Hunter game. That's what it feels like. That's what it sounds like with these people. And so I do enjoy that. It's like a time machine. And in the worst case scenario, like let's say not even that is the case. Let's imagine that we focus on PPSSPP Monster Hunter. You know, these people are basically stuck in the year of 2010, where the newest game is Portable Third. Like, so many people on Hunsterverse honestly don't understand or comprehend a Monster Hunter series beyond Portable Third. For them, Portable Third is the ultimate form of modern Monster Hunter, which, hilariously, I can completely relate to because I was there at one time. You know, I was there when Portable Third was the newest Monster Hunter game, so I get that perspective. But it's so strange to be in the year of 2024 and you encounter people like that, who have no experience of a Monster Hunter game beyond Portable Third, and to them, that is the most modern Monster Hunter experience. In a way, I do envy those people. Not completely, because I think there is value in 4th generation Monster Hunter. And obviously, value in 3 Ultimate as well. But, yeah, I sort of envy them. Ignorance is bliss. That's what I used to say back in... well, I think it may have been the first year of Rise's release. What I used to say very regularly is that I wish I could transport myself to a time when 5th generation Monster Hunter simply did not exist. A time when I was not even tempted into discussions about 5th generation. You don't know what you've got until it's gone. Well, it turns out that what I had, what I was enjoying, was the non-existence of 5th gen. And by God, once I lost that, once the existence of 5th gen meant that the non-existence of it was gone, I can tell you, my life as a Monster Hunter player definitely declined. I had to be drawn into discussions about 5th gen, based on people's innocent interests in the subject, and then all of a sudden, I couldn't even escape the reality of 5th gen. That was it. And do you know what? I think I've done a pretty good job of living a life without it. I tried both of those games and that's enough for me. I don't know if Wilds is 6th gen, I don't know if that's even going to be a discussion. Surely people are going to try and figure out what 5th gen and 6th gen are, but you have to also understand that Capcom abandoned that naming. I mean, you can obviously make the argument that Pokemon never had it, but people refer to numbered generations. So I think the community will always be able to determine what is 5th and what is 6th, but it's less clear-cut, isn't it? Prior to 5th gen, it was very, very clear. It was actually outlined in the names of the games. I've actually had some people, though, having said that, question whether And this blows my mind. That actually shows you what I'm about to actually say is going to reveal how clueless some people are. And I don't mean this in a demeaning or belittling fashion, but some people actually question if Generations and Generation Ultimate are 4th gen. Like, they're not sure. They are unsold on the idea of Generations and Generations Ultimate being 4th gen, which to me is incredible. You know, that you can be so disconnected from reality that you think there's a chance that those games are 5th gen. That's weird to me. But I think what that indicates is that if Capcom choose not to actually make it clear that this is 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, there is going to be some confusion among Monster Hunter players. But anyway, to speak for myself, I do not know if Wilds is 6th gen or not, and I do not care if Wilds is 6th gen or not. What I do know, and what is important to me, is that I won't be playing it. And I'm going to stay profoundly uninformed. And I'm going to be happier for it. What's our next hunt? Let's do the Cyanotors. I will inform the chat, or at least attempt to. Well, I don't even need to inform the chat, because you're both listening to me. We're going to do Terra Shogun Cyanotor and Standard Cyanotor double quest. So, yeah. In my case, thunder damage. I will bring the mythical... No, not that. The High Volt Gunlance. That time when I looked at a Geodrome Gunlance being wielded by AJ and actually said, like these words actually came out of my mouth. As a suggestion, I was like, is that a Kezu Gunlance? Well, no, it wasn't. Because this is the Kezu Gunlance, and it doesn't look anything like that. So, I had a very special moment earlier on. But it does happen occasionally that we have special moments. There we go. I'm going to accept the quest, get my inventory organized, and then it is bathroom time again. Technically my second bathroom break, because I do know that Kushala, or Nagakuka, or Cushion, or whatever else he fucking wants to call himself, I do know that he's keeping track, so I thought that I would help him. This is bathroom break number 2. I will be back momentarily. No, it's not number 3. It's not number 3. It's number 2. I'm back. Okay, you can stop. Don't be that guy who keeps unreadying up and then readying up. If you get left behind, that would be the highlight of this fucking live stream. Alright. Oh, I shouldn't have gone this way, but that's alright. So, I think Terra is outside and Shogun is inside. I shouldn't have said that. Both of them are Terra Shoguns. Well, both of them are Shogun Seanator, but only one of them is Terra, so I guess I should have said blue. Blue Seanator. Or whatever. Let's, okay, so Cushion and I think we're going to start with Terra, so let's just do that. Let's fight this big mother. Oh, okay, well, I'll Wyvern Fire then. I don't think this one's gonna last very long. I can sense it. I really should have topped up my whetstones. It's not going to be problematic for this hunt, but I've said it before. The thing with whetstones is that if you realise that you've used a lot in one hunt, it's a good idea to top up as soon as possible in case you forget and then eventually run out. Because that's the thing with whetstones, it's not something that you need to top up very often, in most cases. So unless you pay attention, you do run the risk of running out at some point. How the hell did you die to this monster? How does it feel? And with the mobility of a sword and shield. That's quite shocking. Can I just, for a very brief moment, say that one of the things that bothers me the most about Freedom 2 is how few weapons there are in that game. One of the interesting comparisons about Freedom Unite to that game would be how many more high-rank weapons there are in Freedom Unite versus Freedom 2. It's not as clear-cut as Freedom 2 and its high rank content being identical to Freedom Unite. It's not true. Freedom Unite has a lot more weapons even in high rank. Which might lead some people to say that there's absolutely no reason to play Freedom 2 at all. I don't know if I would agree with that. I'm in two minds about it. So the situation with Freedom 2 is that by playing Freedom 2 you will have a better understanding of precisely what Freedom Unite is. Precisely what Freedom Unite did for the series. So many quality of life changes, and I don't even like saying quality of life changes because it almost trivializes the meaning of it. It's more than quality of life, it's literally quality of game design. So many improvements were actually made in Freedom Unite that most people take for granted. Instead of comparing what was done within its generation, so let's say Freedom 2 to Freedom Unite, people will look backwards. They will compare Freedom Unite to, say, Portable Third, and then look at what Freedom Unite is missing. That is not the way to look at Freedom Unite. That is not the way to experience it. I think to truly understand Freedom Unite, in the context that it needs to be truly played in and experienced in, you need to start either with first gen or with Freedom 2. In my opinion, Freedom 2 would be the most educating, the most educational, because it is perceived by many to be the high-rank version of the game, which would lead you to think there are minimal differences, but no, there are so many differences. So I really think a person should start with Freedom 2. You can carry your save over, and you should do so. It's going to give you a very good idea of what Freedom Unite really is. And someone can interpret that as me saying, oh, yeah, put yourself through hell, and then reward yourself. Meaning, why should I put myself through hell? Why don't I just experience the high-rank content of Freedom Unite and have a better time? I do think it's more nuanced than that. But it's up to you. Well, I can't argue that Freedom Unite is more Frontier-like. Do you know what? I think that's probably inevitable. Because if you look at Frontier and Freedom Unite, they are very similar in that they are evolutions of DOS. That is exactly what they both are. So Frontier was built on DOS, and Freedom Unite is an evolved version of a second generation game. We're talking about the same thing at that point. So if you, you can also point to the introduction of Frontier monsters in Freedom Unite to say that it's more similar to Frontier, and you would be correct, but I think more significantly, yes, the similarities can be summarized by saying that they are evolved versions of second generation. So I both agree and disagree with that assessment. I disagree with the assessment that it's like Frontier in that when Capcom decided to put things in this game, that was a lot more significant than them deciding to do something in Frontier. Frontier has always been in its own box. It's always been separate from the mainline series. But when they decide to do something in the mainline series, they're almost locking it in. Not in respect to everything, you do have gimmicks in certain games. But there is a lot more significance to a change made in a mainline game than to something implemented in Frontier. Because Frontier exists separately to the mainline series. Very rarely is a change in Frontier going to reflect the mainline series and how it changes. So all of those changes were from Frontier directly. I don't know. I don't completely agree. I sort of understand where you're coming from, but I also think that the things that were done in Frontier were done almost as a test. You know, these were things that were done in Frontier first, but not because they were in Frontier. I think they were planned to be done in the mainline series as well. So, for instance, can you reasonably say that they happened in Frontier in 2007 before Freedom 2 existed? Within reason, like if you were to look at the development cycle, probably not. I'd say that Freedom Unite, having been released in 2008 in Japan, I'd say it coincided. What I think it's more reflective of is Frontier being the most modern expression of Monster Hunter, which Freedom Unite therefore was at the same time. That's what I think it is. I think it's wrong to focus on the Frontier aspect. I think all Frontier was the most modern Monster Hunter they could conceive of at the time. And simultaneously, the sequel to Freedom 2 was in development. So I think that focusing on Frontier takes away from the significance of these changes being in a mainline series. But at the end of the day, it is semantics. I just think the focus is misguided if you look at Frontier too much. But having said that, need to get into the minds of the game developers. Was Frontier always intended to be separate from the mainline series? My guess is that it probably wasn't. I think Frontier was always going to have a different player base, and they probably knew that. Oh, for fuck's sake, just... Okay. Yeah, I think they always knew that Frontier was going to have a different player base, so I don't think that they had the same plans for Frontier as they had for the mainline series. So... I'm always cautious about drawing too much significance from changes made in Frontier versus the mainline series. I think the mainline series should be taken differently. I think there's more meaning in a change made in the mainline series. Alright, next quest. I think that was a good choice, the one that we just did. Lasted a good duration. We'll do 2 young Garuga this time. The double quest. I'm speeding up here because I want to take less time doing this. Might show you my Stein. Zurich on the front of it. Some of the colours will be taken out, but not all of them. It's very attractive, very pretty. It's a lovely drinking receptacle. Two Garuga. Might bring a hunting horn. Oh, do I have the right set? I think I do. No, I do not. I did not change my set, I just changed my weapon. I had a strong suspicion that is what had happened, and I'm glad that I double checked. Well, AJ, I actually don't know how much of 4th gen was influenced by Frontier. And the reason why is because I haven't played much of Frontier. But to me, Frontier seemed a little bit more locked to 2nd gen. So I would say that some of what came in 4th gen could have been influenced by Frontier, but 4th gen felt very different in the way that it was a totally new engine, whereas Frontier has always felt locked to a 2nd gen engine. It's felt like the most evolved possible expression of a 2nd gen engine. And I use the word engine just to describe game design. I don't know if it's the right word to use, but Frontier to me has never quite felt like 4th gen. But I can't completely answer that question you've asked because my experiences with Frontier are quite limited. So, you know, how many things from 4th gen truly originated from Frontier, I can't say. But from having played Frontier, it doesn't feel like 4th gen. To me. It does feel separate. So I don't think that question helps to qualify the point that I made previously. I feel like that's a different question entirely. But I do agree that I can't answer it appropriately enough to either solidify my previous point or effectively answer the question that you've asked. I just don't know. I think it may also be true that I've played enough Frontier to be able to answer the question sufficiently, but I haven't actually analysed Frontier. I've never analysed Frontier. I've had emotional reactions to it. But do you know, I probably never will play it properly. Because something about Frontier just doesn't feel quite right. I've always been open to it, you know. Frontier to me has always been attractive. I've always been fiercely attracted to Frontier. Going back to 2nd gen. Because for me, I didn't really start properly playing Monster Hunter until 2009. When I take my mind back to 2009, and I think about the videos being uploaded to YouTube in 2009 of Frontier, and also before that point, wow. And also 2010, I think Raviente was in 2010. I was very, very drawn to that experience, but knew at that time that I couldn't experience it. It wasn't an option. But when I look back at that, I was attracted to it because it felt like an evolved version of what I was playing at the time, which was 2nd gen. I'm not attracted to the idea of Frontier now, because I've experienced 3rd gen in the mainline series. I've experienced 4th gen in the mainline series. I am no longer attracted to the idea of playing, you know, the final... I think the big update was 2011 for Frontier, where it became Frontier Z or ZZ, whatever it was. Whatever turned it into Ultra Anime. For me, that's where the big departure was from what I was interested in. I can't do it. I don't want to engage with them. I've had a little bit of fun with Frontier, but it just doesn't quite sit with me. And I felt very much the same about Monster Hunter Online. I would have played so much more Monster Hunter Online if it had actually engaged me in the same way that a mainline series game did. It didn't. Never did. I think it completely failed on that front. But do you know what? I think Online fucked that up more than Frontier did. I think Frontier was easier to get into than Online. Online trivialized low and high rank way more, I think. At least coming in at a time when G rank had been released. But, I don't know. Oh yeah, so AJ, when I say 4th gen, no, you're 100% correct. So the styles, no. God, if that's what you were thinking when you said that. Fucking hell. So, sorry, let me make this point. Styles absolutely originated in Frontier, and absolutely were present in Generations and Generations Ultimate. I was more thinking games like when we're talking about Freedom Unite and how that was affected by Frontier, I'm thinking, like, beyond Frontier, my thoughts are more to do with 3rd gen and what made Tri new, and what made 3 Ultimate fun to play, and what made 4 Ultimate the next step up. Obviously, styles, as their own thing, were very much a Frontier invention, and were introduced in 4th gen, technically speaking, but yeah, like when I talk about 4th gen, in the context of Frontier and its significance, I'm definitely thinking about Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. And trying to not... I think I was trying to draw us away from gimmicks and more focus on real, meaningful change in the series. So to me, styles are a gimmick. When I say gimmick, I'm talking about something very, very specific that is specific to 1 or maybe 2 games. 2 games being a high rank and G rank version of each other. But meaningful changes like adding to the tower, it's like the building blocks that create what we experience in Monster Hunter. I'm not completely in agreement with the idea that Frontier established the tower before it was built for the mainline series. I don't agree with that. I think it was separate. And maybe some aspects of that building were used to influence the mainline building, but I just don't. Yeah. That's why I'm a bit hesitant to accept that scenario, that somehow Frontier was actually the Freedom Unite before Freedom Unite existed. I totally reject that, in fact. But maybe that comes from lack of experience with Frontier. If I could have played it back then, I would have done so. But I do know that the release of Freedom 2 somewhat coincided with the release of Frontier. Maybe some things were in Frontier that were not in Freedom 2. But I personally think that if that were the case, they were already in train. Like, those changes were in train for what was to come out in 2008 in the form of Freedom Unite. So, therefore I try to pull back from the significance of Frontier. As for mainline changes beyond Freedom Unite, yeah, I think the significance of Frontier goes backwards. From 2007 it goes backwards. It's because it went in a totally different direction. Except for styles. That was the one thing that they did actually bring into 4th gen. That was very much Frontier specific. Very much indicative of that different direction that Capcom went in. But, yeah. I think I would have enjoyed Monster Hunter Online more than Frontier, generally. Because Monster Hunter Online felt like it was built on 3rd gen, which as an engine, as a starting point, to me is more attractive than 2nd gen. Because in my opinion, 3rd gen is sort of the sweet spot of Monster Hunter. I think that's where they just got the balance perfect. That's where they perfectly balanced traditional Monster Hunter with also preventing the sort of exploits that you could employ in 2nd gen. It just felt like the most real and balanced version of Monster Hunter. I think that Monster Hunter Online had a greater potential for satisfying me. But they fucked up the progression. They completely ruined the experience of going from low rank to high rank to G rank. It was miserably pathetic. You almost didn't even know what rank you were in, at any point. It was terrible. What's this Gendrome guy doing? I'm very much ready to go. I'm also not sure if I would describe Frontier as an afterthought. I'd say Frontier was always a separate project. I don't think it was a case... You can't really say the word afterthought unless you imply that it's the same team working on it. I don't think it ever was. I think it was always the mainline series, and then... Well, I guess you could argue afterthought insofar as it was the lower priority. Yeah, no. I don't agree with that. I don't disagree with that word after all. You could say afterthought insofar as it being the lower priority. Yeah. Yeah, I probably don't disagree with that word after all. The Gendrome fell asleep. I don't know, I joined this room and we readied up some time ago, so we can't be accused of being too slow for the guy. If he were watching the game, he would have been prompted to get ready himself a good 10 minutes ago, but anyway. Come on. We can go without him. I'll give him 2 minutes. What's this bloody quest again? I don't even remember. It is... Yuck. Youngaruga times 2. What? Well, do you know, when you say that, was he in a hunt at the time that he fell asleep? Because I used to hunt with a guy back in Trier, and he was in the UK. His name was Stuart. This was back when I was... So this is going back to 2011. I would have been HR 400 and something, and he would have been HR 800 and something. So we were high level back in those days. Very high level. He used to fall asleep while we played. So we'd be chatting, and then at some point he wouldn't respond anymore, and then I would be like, oh, okay, he's fallen asleep, and then I'd move on. But it usually wasn't during a hunt. Did you really actually fall asleep during a hunt? Because that's interesting. That means he goes pretty hard. Alright. This hunt is going to be my last. That it shall be. Oh, he ate at the canteen and then AFK'd? That's fine. Oh, that's fairly normal. When you're actually in a hunt, it's harder to fall asleep, but if you're not in a hunt, yeah, you just doze off. I say that not from personal experience, I just say that from having hunted with people in the past where they just go hard. I hope I can play these songs correctly. Let's oh, that's not right. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah. Attack up. Missed my chance to boost cushions damage, but whatever. Can you stop signaling, for God's sake? I have to play this bloody song again because you weren't even here to be benefited from it. I'll play my movement speed song first. Oh God. No, not that. Stop it. Cutco number 2 is here. Sorry, Garuga number 2 is here. Oh God. I think this horn can actually play... I could be entirely wrong about this, and I probably am. But I think this horn can actually play the stamina song as well. I'm probably wrong, for the reason that that sounds overpowered. I'm just going to focus on the attack song because I don't have my song reference here. Oh. Let's just try and keep our DPS as high as it can be against this original monster. That sounds almost too complimentary, calling this monster the original monster. But that's alright. Oh. So yes, the one that I paintballed is the original, as I have taken to calling him. Oh. Not good. try and get out of this situation. No, he's coming after me. Oh, Jesus. Of course, there is one direction that I can't go in, and that is the direction where I am next to a wall. Can't really pass through the wall to avoid the monsters, so of course I'm a little limited and... Oh, fuck off. Not good. If I had life powders, I'd bloody well use them. AJ, I apologize. If I had a life powder, I would have been able to save you. I didn't have one, okay? I'm a very bad man. I do not carry life powders. But again, if I did, I would have used one. I could have... I did see the danger. It was very much there. Very much on display. Yeah, this is the standard scenario when it comes to this quest. 2 monsters running around very aggressively. Fucking hell. I can't even play my song. Oh, get away from that tail. I'll try and play my song now. It is important. For those moments where you do actually make contact with the monster, it would help to actually deal more damage, but of course I need to be able to play the song, and that's currently very difficult. I'm trying. Looks like the OG is flying away. Just let me play my encore, and then we'll get out of here. It's important that we follow the one that's actually weak. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh god. Ah, very good. Nice work. I have no plans to carve today. No plans to carve. Oh! It's always a close call. Feels good to have high-grade earplugs, really. Really, like, I don't say that just as a passing comment, I really mean it. High-grade earplugs is one of my favourite skills in the series. I'd be happy to say it's in my top 3. Just the convenience of it. Not just the convenience, it's more than that. It's the effect that it has on your DPS as a hunter. It is, I think, underestimated. Just the usefulness of it. Because it's simultaneously convenient and effective. As a skill. And I love it. Life is better when you have high-grade earplugs. Should I make an advertisement for high-grade earplugs? I don't think there's any capital to be gained. But fuck it. I should make an advertisement for it. I don't know what you guys are pinging for, but it's definitely for something. Oh, that fucking wind pressure. What is that bomb for? I'm not sure what that bomb was meant to achieve, but it definitely hit a cushion away from the monster. At this stage, I struggle to imagine how that would have been in any way helpful, but again, maybe it's just beyond my understanding. Always happy to be corrected when it comes to that, but fucking hell. Not able to see the benefits where I stand at this time. I'm gonna play my music. Don't interrupt me. I said don't interrupt me. Was so close to getting my second note out. Fucking hell. I'm sure you two find it real fun to just randomly signal like that, but it's driving me insane. I just barely got my note out. I was very close to not getting it. Oh, fucking hell. Do you know what? That death is so entirely reserved. Sorry, deserved. Possibly also reserved, but definitely deserved. I think you reserved the next death by being such an irritant. Quite frankly. Alright, AJ and I are the only ones who get to enjoy the damage boost. Life goes on. And the monster's dead. Goodbye. Fucking hell. If I ever wanted to experience immense frustration, turns out that when I'm playing with you guys, I don't even need to request it. It is literally on tap, and it is served to me with just tremendous level of service standard. This is the last hunt, ladies and gentlemen. I can only endure this for so long. It has been 4 hours since I started this live stream. Hard to imagine. It is 5:10 PM. Ugh, very good. You're both trolls, quite frankly. Yeah, well, that's your problem, isn't it? Go to sleep. Yeah, I will give you your sleep. Hey! Just hit, what is that, 20,000? Was that 20,000 or 200,000? I don't know what that was. But it was probably 200,000 now that I think about it. That'd be strange if it were 20,000. That would be truly unusual. Anyway, yes, I've hit 200,000. Or was it 2 million? I didn't check the number of digits. I'm sorry. Anyway, it was some amount of guild points that relates to the number 2. I thank you all for watching. When will the next stream be? Let me check. The next stream... No, I've got no idea. Fuck off. I thank you all for watching. I will see you next time I'm streaming live. I have things to do now. Possibly relating to eating food. Thanks for joining me, and also Gendrome is still AFK. Bye bye for now.